I think we are at 5:31, so I'd like to call this meeting to order. Madam Clerk, could you call the meeting to order and do roll call?
Yes, sir, thank you. Mayor Robert Parkhurst,
Present?
Mayor Pro Tem Christine Lowe,
Present.
Councilmember Edward Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Jean Goss,
Here.
and Councilmember Kelly Creeps.
Here.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. All right, I am on the schedule for the Pledge of Allegiance and Inspiration, so if you are able, could you please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Ready to begin? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. So, in preparation for tonight's meeting, I reviewed my last reflection, which, interestingly enough, was right after Memorial Day. So, now we find ourselves at the other bookend of summer. And, you know, school has started for most of our youth, and the weather is showing some signs, particularly early this morning, of cooling. So it's a good time to reflect on the meaning of Labor Day, which became a federal holiday all the way back in 1894. It was originally promoted by the Center Labor Union and the Knights of Labor, who organized parades in New York City to honor the hardworking people that make this country run. And I'd like to take this opportunity to recognize all those people who make this city run. I want to thank the frontline employees who staff the counter at City Hall. I want to thank the policemen and policewomen who help keep our city safe, and to our firefighters who not only fight the fires in our city and throughout the state, but are also our first line of response in our healthcare system. You are all a critical part of what makes this city a wonderful place to live, and I'd like to take this moment to recognize and honor you, so thank you so much. All right, with that, we're on to approval of the meeting agenda. I'm going to make one note in here. I don't know that it's a change in the agenda, but for people that are doing public comment, typically we do it for items not on the agenda. I would like, with the council's support, that we allow people, if they have comments about Southern California Edison, to make them at that time. So typically we don't have comments right before a presentation. I think that's the appropriate time, if that's okay. I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I request one change?
You may.
I'd like to pull item D out of consent, and your agenda, but I recommend just putting it as the first discussion item in case anybody is here for public comment on that item.
Okay. And item D is what? Just
The street rehabilitation, the RMRA
Got it.
designation.
And you want to
Okay.
move it where? Discussion?
Just into, yeah, because I have questions and obviously, and
all right.
I don't know how I go with that one.
All right. I think, if no one's opposed, then I think we can go ahead and move item D to the first item of discussion. Do I have a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. We've got the meeting minutes for August 26th. Madam City Clerk, did you receive any changes to the meeting minutes?
Mr. Mayor, the city clerk's office did not receive any emails from the council regarding amendments to the minutes.
Great. Any amendments from the dais here? Then I will entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, now we are on to reading resolutions and ordinances by title only. Would anyone give us a motion for that?
So moved.
Second? Anyone second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. City council reports. Who would like to go first?
I'll go first.
Great.
I don't have a report tonight, Mr. Mayor. Sorry.
Hilarious.
There's no reason to apologize. All right.
I will have a slightly longer one, but late breaking, because today, this afternoon, I had the second meeting of the San Gabriel Valley Council of Governments ad hoc committee on the 2028 Olympics and Paralympics. And really just a lot of excitement. I mean, they've mentioned in both meetings how these have been the best attended COG meetings, maybe ever, but certainly in recent memory. And there's just a real palpable excitement throughout the region about all of the excitement around the games and excitement around all the planning. And, you know, frankly, the takeaway that I had from today's meeting is that people are really being thoughtful throughout every level of government to seizing the opportunity, not only to obviously present the region well on a world stage and put on a really good event, but also to take advantage of that opportunity to make lasting improvements and investment in all facets of our region, including, you know, economic development, transportation, jobs, all of those things. That's really exciting on a very broad regional level. But I think I want to think about it a little bit more after today's meeting. But I do think for our city, there's some opportunities that obviously we're not going to be a event venue city or even probably a team training facility host or anything like that to that scale, like some of our neighbors in the San Gabriel Valley, like Pasadena and Pomona. But I do think that there are some opportunities for our businesses, for our residents, and for the city to maybe think about doing some sort of just fun programming around it to be part of the spirit of the games. And so I will, in future meetings and perhaps in discussions with the city manager, be thinking about what we might be able to do to, you know, carve out our little piece, even though we're obviously a small piece of the large community. So one takeaway from today was that they are likening the Olympics to hosting 7 Super Bowls a day for 2 weeks, and then 2 weeks later hosting 2 Super Bowls a day for the Paralympics. So, and they also pointed out that this is not, by far not the only major event that this area is hosting. We're hosting about 9 major international sports events between now and the Olympics, including the Super Bowl, World Cup, and a number of other events. So really it's a very exciting time to be Angelino. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, who would like to go next?
So, short report, I've been very busy with work outside of council, so I haven't been able to attend my liaison meetings. One was with the Chamber of Commerce. Chair Semino is, I believe, out of the country right now. So I have not been able to follow up with him yet on what the Chamber discussed. And I was not able to attend the Senior Community Commission, but I was informed by staff that Stephen Heidorf is the chair, with Mary Carney as the co-chair, and the three new commissioners were at the meeting and they were in attendance. And they're very excited to contribute. And that concludes my report.
Great.
On August 21st, I went to the Woodland Tree meeting. There's a tree that is slated to be removed to redo the water main on the north part of Woodland that's in long-standing need of replacement. And so the neighbors had a meeting with city staff to discuss if there's any alternatives. And it was I thought, a very amazing meeting with city staff helping to understand what we could possibly do if there is an alternative, and trying to come to consensus with that. I attended the Fire Safe Council meeting. The first meeting is now, they're rearing to go. They have their 503C status, and they are assigning block leaders. So please, if you are interested in joining the Fire Safe Council, it is a fantastic group. And that was on September 2nd. And today I attended the Building Fire Adapted Communities meeting in conjunction with Cal Cities and a group called ILP. And it's a roadmap for California leaders, and it was pretty impressive to look at why these fires are happening, not necessarily totally differently, but some of the changes in why they spread so differently, and then what we can do that's very different than before to our resiliency. So.
Great, thank you very much. All right. So on August 27th, the Clean Power Alliance Energy Committee had an innovation solicitation that was looking at emerging technologies such as hot rocks that generate steam to run turbines, and agrivoltaics, so where crops and animals are raised in combination with renewable energy. They're also, between the Energy Committee and then the board meeting, approved some new solar power systems in low-income areas of our territory to bring clean and affordable energy to all of our residents. It's very exciting. It's been a very effective program. I had a presentation on September 3rd to the COG and their Energy, Environment, Natural Resources Commission or Committee on Wildlife. Gave them an update of the workshop that we had on August 8th. There was a lot of interest, a lot of really good questions on it. Analyst Carlson was there and gave the details that he knows so much better than I do. They are going to go start talking with other city staff to see if there is some interest in a wildlife task force or wildlife options for the city for us to do through the COG. And then on September 4th, there was the CPA board meeting, and there was a presentation there on the federal tax and spending bill and the impacts it has to our residents. So some of the impacts are, and I've got a presentation here that I can, I think we can post it with the agendas if it's part of my report, I believe. Great. So some of the California impacts are an increase in electricity costs between 5 and 10%, a loss of 40,000 jobs. The greenhouse gas impacts is that emissions are expected to stay relatively flat compared to a 45% reduction by 2030. Some of the winners out of that bill will be energy storage and geothermal. Energy storage, which is probably a good thing because it's batteries essentially, so there's some opportunity for batteries that'll help us stabilize our grid. The good news, to the extent there is some, is that all of the Clean Power Alliance's currently utility scale wind and solar plus storage projects are operational or have started construction. So I think it's out to about 2029, the supply of electricity is good. There's 2 geothermal contracts. One is started construction, that's good. The other might be subject to FEOC, which is Foreign Entities of Concern, which basically means the materials that go into the equipment that may make it that project uneconomical. And then the last thing is that some of the customer programs may be impacted. They've got, the Clean Power Alliance has got a number of programs like workforce development programs, solar and battery access. There's a Power Share program, and then the Power Ready program. So those could be impacted. And I think then the last thing was there was some talk about CPA's Power Ready program, which is a program that helps city fund solar plus storage projects. So I've had some outreach with staff there, and there is some potential if we wanted to add utility scale battery power at the city. There may be an option for us to do that. That is my report. I will move on now to city announcements and events. We have an important and sobering one coming up this Thursday at 6:30 a.m. That will be September 11th, and that is when the Sierra Madre Fire Department and Police Department commemorate the 24th anniversary of September 11th. So please join us at 6:30 a.m. outside the fire station. There will be a very moving memorial as well as some light breakfast available there. We have a back-to-school night movie in the park this Friday, September 12th at 8 p.m. It's a Minecraft movie, so come join and have the fun with the Minecraft movie, starring Jack Black, and he's pretty funny in it from what I hear. We have a celebration of Latino and Hispanic Heritage Month on September 20th in Memorial Park from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., and there will be live music, entertainment, food, craft vendors, and a whole lot more. And then finally, we have the Mount Wilson Trail Race 5K Recovery Run is Saturday, October 4th. Registration is required, and please sign up at runsignup.com. Flyers for the events are all in the back at the back table. And just to note, the Mount Wilson Trail Race is within city. It's not going to be up on Mount Wilson Trail, hence it's the 5K. All right, now we move on to public comment. So we have a public participation code of conduct. I'm going to go ahead and quickly read it tonight. It is on the back of all your comment cards. It says, your participation is welcome and invited at all city council meetings. The council requests that participants refrain from making personal, slanderous, profane, or disruptive remarks. A person who continues to disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting after being warned by the mayor or designee to cease the disruption may be precluded from further participation in the meeting. No signs, posters, or other large objects shall be brought into council chambers or other meeting place if doing so would disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly course of the meeting. And with that, Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment for items not on the agenda?
We do, Mr. Mayor. We have a number of speaker cards, 2 speaker cards received for items not on the agenda and 4 speaker cards for Southern California Edison. The first of the 2 is from Joe Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Good evening. I'm Joe Reed, a senior citizen in my 8th year residing in Sierra Madre. I submitted this email for the last council meeting and then learned that only podium comments are recognized. I'm here to request that the mayor and council make a public statement about the continuation of Gateway service. And I want to note that the Sierra Madre website continues to promote both Gateway and Dial-A-Ride, even though they've been out of service for about 1 year and a month. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment.
Mr. Mayor, the second speaker card is from Layla Regan.
Librarian Regan.
Hello, Mayor Parkhurst, Mayor Pro Temlo, and our honorable city council. I'm Layla Regan, your friendly neighborhood city librarian, and I'm here to tell you that the library has woken up from their programming nap, and we are in our fall programming, so we have some really fun things lined up for this month. If you didn't know, September is National Library Card Sign-Up Month, and what we do to celebrate is we have a library card that sneaks away every day, and so we have a scavenger hunt in the library to try and find this missing library card. So it's fun for all ages, I promise. We have little prizes you can win. Tomorrow we have our first, for this fiscal year, our 1-2-3 Baby and Me workshop. It's at 10 a.m. at the temporary library, and it is with options. It's about pre-kinder options. So in October we have infant CPR, and that seems to be a little bit more popular, but that's neither here nor there. We did continue 2 programs from the summer, so we are bringing back Sip and Shush again at RT Rogers. So Sip and Shush is our silent book club, and it is going to be Saturday, September 27th from 6:30 to 7:30. We know that the Community Foundation has theirs going, but you know, we can share. It'll be fine. We also have Shelf Stories coming back. So Shelf Stories is we choose a different genre each month. This month is magical realism, and it's The Sugar Queen by Sarah Addison Allen. So it should be a good read, and we hope people will join us. And our summer crafts, our adult crafts, were so popular that we started a new program called Stitch and Share, which is going to be at the Hart Park House on Wednesday, September 24th at 5:30, and that is where you just bring your own craft that you're working on, and you get to sit and work on your craft, dedicated time to work on your knitting, crocheting, macrame, whatever you're working on, and you can come and sit and enjoy some snacks and have nice conversations with those that are also working on projects. So again, we've got fun programs all month long, and come stop in for our library card hunt. Tomorrow, Wednesday, September 10th at 10 a.m. is our Baby and Me workshop, so parents, please come on by. I will mention Saturday, September 13th, we have sensory play at 9 a.m. at the library for any children with neurodivergent tendencies. It's a nice, quiet way to enjoy the library while we're closed. And that's all I have for so far for September for our program. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them, even though it's not that. Thank you.
Librarian Regan.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker card is from Carolyn Lanier.
Hi, I'm Carolyn Lanier, and I'm 83, and I live just north of Sierra Madre Boulevard, and that's where the power goes out every time. And I've been here about 8 years, and it seems like it goes out about 5 or 6 times a year. And I tell people I'm from Oceanside, and I tell people down there about my problems, and they said, "Why don't you move?" And I said, "I like it in Sierra Madre. I think it's filled with nice people and very friendly, and there's lots of things going on here, so I really enjoy Sierra Madre." And I just wanted to let you know that I have all electric. I can only take a hot shower. I have an electric stove, electric heat, and air. And first the fire came through from the east. Then it came through the next time from the west. And so the last time I had to evacuate. But it's getting very frustrating. It just seems like maybe we need more women at Edison. I don't know. I think it's a lady this time. So that's okay. That's great. But I don't know. It seems like we're never told what the problem is. We're told maybe ahead of time or afterward that the power is going to be restored at a certain time. But we're never told why. What happened? We don't know. And it happens multiple times. So we're just wondering what's going on. And so that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Linda Comstock.
Ms. Comstock.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Linda Comstock. I live north also off Sierra Madre Boulevard on Montecito near Lima. And I'm here also to address the excessive outages we have had from Edison. Just in the last week and a half, we've had 4 outages. Now, I don't know if it just affects our small area or the city, but our outages have been on August 29th from 4 a.m. to 5 a.m., from September 1st at 5 a.m. to 6 a.m., also on September 1st, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m., and on September 7th, 9 to 10 a.m. That it doesn't even scratch the surface of how many outages we have had in my area in the last couple of years. I would speculate it would be up to 20 in the last couple of years. They might only be for a few minutes. They might be longer. I would request of Edison, or ask you to request on my behalf, that they print out a printout of how many outages we have had in the last 2 years. I think it goes back even more than 2 years. But if we could have a printout for the last 2 years, we could see when we have them. Maybe we could discover why we have them. I'm sure there's a variety of reasons. I'm certainly not here to complain that we lost our power during or immediately after the fires. That's not our problem in my area. And I would like to mention my neighbor, who every time the power goes out, she's on 24-hour oxygen. Her machine screams at her, hopefully wakes her up. She must get up in the dark. She must walk out of her room to find her battery pack, to replug her oxygen machine into her battery pack. Even though it says it lasts a long time, oxygen machines take a lot of power. So she's got about 4 hours. She worries the whole time about whether she's going to run out. whether she's going to have to call the paramedics. One time this year, she did have to call the paramedics, and they had to take her to the hospital until the power came back on, until her battery pack was charged. So people with medical devices in this city are really suffering, and I want to make it a priority item in this city and talk to Edison about what the problem is and how we can get it alleviated. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Judy Webb Martin is the next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council people. Good to see you. Yes, Southern California Edison has been really letting us down. And honestly, we in this town are really pissed. We're very upset. There seems to be no reason for it. And if there is, they don't let us know. So there's no communication. You don't know if it's weather. We don't know if it's wind. We don't know what the problem is, and they're not letting us know. And it's very, very upsetting. My sister's the one that Linda talked about, and she's on oxygen, has been for 2 years, for 24/7. She will die if she doesn't have her oxygen plugged in. And this has happened a lot, that she's had to get up in the middle of the night, like Linda said. And also, if it wasn't for Linda and Russell, she'd probably be dead, because she lives next door to her. And so she's able to go over there. I live 6 blocks away on Miramonte, so it doesn't necessarily go out there when it goes out at hers. So, and no telephone either. I mean, it's just very, very frustrating. She's called the paramedics numerous times, and they've been great, but you don't want to have to do that and depend on that to go and get electricity at the hospital or at the fire station or wherever we can get electricity. It's been really hard, because I've been here over 50 years, and never, ever have we had, in the lifetime that I've been here, electricity problems like we've had this last couple of years, but especially this last year. There's absolutely no reason. It could be fixed. It should be fixed. We should know. They should let us know when it's going to go off. They should tell us about how long. For example, I have a cabin up at June Lake. When they turn off the electricity up there, they send me a text saying from 2 to 4, your electricity's off. Nobody's there, so I don't really care, but they let us know. You guys have got to let us know if it's going to go off, and then we can take some movements. Maybe my sister can just go to the hospital then. I don't know. But also we should know for how long it's going to be off, which does make a big difference too. If it's off for 5 minutes, she still has to get off of it because she can't breathe without electricity. And I'm sure there's other people in this town that have the same problem. And it is something that we Sierra Madreans deserve, to have electricity. And something does need to be fixed, and it needs to be fixed now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Alba Uribe.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council members. For me, it's the same topic, the power outages. I live on Highland, and it's been very frequent. I don't have a situation as the ladies before, but I work from home, so for me, is also a problem. So I would appreciate if you guys can do something. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards submitted for items not on the agenda or Edison.
Madam City Clerk, looks like Todd Conrad has a comment.
Thank you. Todd Conrad, 561 Foothill Avenue, just above the Big Dip on Grandview. I used to work for LA Water and Power for 33 years. I worked 12 years with line crews, another 21 years with service planning and engineering. The lockouts with Edison with power outages is, in my experience, unreasonable. There hasn't been any resets on the outages recently, which would mean that within about 3 minutes the lights would come back on, and if there was still a short on the system, then it would drop again. And it used to be 3 resets. They cut it back to 2, and then now they're not even doing that. We've had outages in excess of an hour, and a lot of times from 2 to 3. The other day we had 4 hours that we were out. Also, the outage during the fires, in deference to police and fire interest during that time and whether they encouraged Edison to keep those circuits out, okay. But I believe that the 4.5 days that we were out was unreasonable, because we didn't have the power shut off in my neighborhood until 5 a.m. Wednesday morning during the fires. And that was when a lot of stuff, not everything, as I was up in the canyon with Councilman Lowe on Wednesday, a lot of things had calmed down, and after 2 full days, considerably. And Edison still didn't turn the power back on. So in a process of all this, I've gotten to the point where I got a generator where I could backfeed my entire house. Setting it up takes a few minutes, takes a while, whatever. And I've done that a couple times now over the last couple weeks, because I had no idea when it was going to come back on, and Edison didn't give much of a preview. We go, oh, we're going to have it back on in an hour, and they call back 5 minutes later, well, it's going to be 2 hours, and then it's like, oh, it's going to be 4 hours. So the unpredictability and not doing a relay check in the system, at least from my experience and what I saw, is not reasonable. I could probably go on, but I'll stop there. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Conrad. Madam City Clerk, looks like you got another card.
We did, Mr. Mayor. This is for items not on the agenda. The speaker's name is Diego Arias.
Mr. Arias.
Hello there. Sierra Madre sits in the foothills of the Los Angeles forest, and one of the close trailheads to here is the Chantry Flats Recreation Area. I'd just like to bring to the attention that it's a very beautiful area, has a lot of popular hikes and waterfalls for the local community here. And I think it'd be in the interest of Sierra Madre as kind of a steward to that access point to set up some type of a accessibility or parking situation for people interested in using the areas. If you have ever tried to hike that area on a weekend, the parking, they have a good parking facility there, but it typically fills up by early dusk, maybe 8 a.m. And then in the morning hours, you'll see parking alongside for going almost a mile plus of cars parked on the side of the road, which is a little bit unsafe for both drivers and hikers walking up that road. But that's just common practice as it is such a popular hike these days. So I would propose potentially the city coming together and having a shuttle system that can operate primarily on the weekends to help save money. It doesn't necessarily have to run week round, but a shuttle system on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I would propose that it would run continuously from the morning up until the last hiker is done. Maybe there could be a sign-in sheet to make sure that nobody's left on the trail without any access back, and potentially parking maybe in this facility or at a Sierra Madre Recreation Center, and just having people park there and meet there, and just having one shuttle that's continuously going up and down the trail to make it accessible for as many people as possible to utilize. So.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
This has been a concern of mine, especially since it's a national monument. So I would encourage you to reach out to our local representative, Judy Chu's office, and make similar comments, because I've requested some type of park and ride. Not necessarily, I don't know if you know our finances, but we're pretty tight here.
Yeah, and I was going to mention as well, I mean, it could be a concerted effort if you guys want to communicate with like the city of Arcadia, the Angeles Forest, state of California, but obviously Sierra Madre being so close, you probably putting up the parking area would make the most sense. But if we could find funding.
Yes, I encourage you to reach out to our local representatives at the federal level and request some type of funding for some type of park and ride, because I agree with you. Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Arias. Madam City Clerk, do we have any more speaker cards?
None at this time, Mr. Mayor.
All right, then I'm going to go ahead and close public comment, and we'll move on to presentations. So I'm going to start with a very fun and exciting one. we have Adriana from Assemblymember John Harabedian's office, and we have a proclamation for California's 175th anniversary of statehood. So I'm going to come up and read this and give it to Assemblyman Harabedian's office.
Gavin couldn't come? Gavin couldn't come? He has a playlist.
All right.
Playlist on Spotify.
And here's the standard whereases of our proclamations. So, whereas on September 9th, 1850, California became the 31st state in the Union, forever marking Admission Day. California's name derived from a 16th century Spanish romance novel describing a mythical island has come to symbolize opportunity, diversity, and the enduring California dream. Whereas for 175 years, California has welcomed people from all walks of life, inspiring dreamers and doers whose innovation, creativity, and determination have shaped our nation and the world. California continues to lead with vision and resilience. Whereas California is home to more than 39 million people and the world's fourth largest economy. It is America's leading agricultural producer, the #1 tourist destination in the nation, and a land of breathtaking beauty, from the Sierra Nevada peaks to the sunsets over the Pacific. Now therefore be it resolved that the Sierra Madre City Council proudly proclaims September 9th, 2025 as California's 175th anniversary of statehood, and calls upon all residents to join in honoring this historic milestone, celebrating California's rich history, vibrant culture, and boundless promise for the future. Presented this 9th day of September 2025 by the City of Sierra Madre, Mayor Robert Parkhurst, Mayor Pro Tem Christine Lowe, Council Members Edward Garcia, Jean Goss, and Kelly Creeps. Get a picture? Yeah. Thank you. John, you said hello. We couldn't have timed this meeting any better for the 175th. All right. Our next presentation, we bring back up Librarian Regan to introduce Chair Robert Stockley of the Library Foundation.
Hello, Mayor Parkhurst, Mayor Pro Tem Lowe, and our Honorable City Council. I'm Layla Regan, your friendly neighborhood city librarian, here to introduce our Library Foundation Chair, Rob Stockley. He's got a great presentation that'll help, we hope will help inspire some people to help out the library this fiscal year. So let me pass it off to him.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, city manager, city clerk. See if you give me more than 3 minutes, I'll put a tie on. Thank you for this opportunity. I want to talk not only about the foundation, but also the progress that's going on at the library construction, and kind of guide you through that with a short presentation. So there we are. So this is a architect's rendering of the front. It should look very familiar. They've kept intact the mid-century design that we're all so familiar with. So there is that first picture. And this is the list of the foundation board. The foundation was formed in 2018 to fulfill the vision that appears up there. From my teaching days, I remember not to read the slide, to let you read the slide. So I'm going to let you do that. And while you're doing that, I want to talk a little bit about the board members. What we found as we've been running this campaign and listening to people is that just about everybody has a library story, and we've had the opportunity for them to share those and share our own. The board, 9-member board, represents our town, and each member can and will tell you their library stories if you catch them on the street and want to ask them. And in turn, they will probably turn around and ask you for your library story. We're foregoing the elevator speech. We think that this is a better and more genuine approach, and it seems to have been working. I'm going to get a little bit personal about the members of the board. They are bright, they are interesting, they are dedicated, and they are fun. It's just my honor to be the front man for this group and have the opportunity to talk in public. But I do want to say, one of the benefits of retirement is that meetings become optional. And I look forward to our monthly board meetings because we're all about doing good work and having fun while we're doing it. And so when this enterprise is over, I would not be surprised if you saw a big part of this group at perhaps R.T. Rogers or in front of the library having a cup of coffee and just chit-chatting, because we really enjoy each other's company. Okay, so back to what we're really here about is the library. These are renderings of the rear elevation, or the southern elevation. So this is what's new. Through your efforts to get the state grant, we are going to have a larger library, and it will include a community room. And the picture there on the right side shows the entrance to that community room. And so you get an essence or a sense of what this is going to be. We've long wanted that community room, so it's great that we're actually going to achieve that. These are some renderings of the interior. The state grants built the walls. Gifts from the community will make it ours. And so this gives you a sense of what the children's room can look like. And the picture on the left is the lower level, the stairs that go up to the main level, and the donor wall that's going to appear there. Here are some actual pictures of construction. I know the council members and library trustees and city staff have had a chance to walk through it. It's pretty amazing. When you're in there, you actually get the sense of how big this is going to be and what a great facility this is going to be. So I commend the architects for getting us great value in their design. So we've talked a number of times about the grants. They provide the shell or the building, but to furnish it and equip it and get it into a comfortable space, we are needing to do some fundraising. As this shows, the Friends have made the initial and hugely significant contribution to the effort. The Robert Day Family Trust, a true benefactor of the whole community, beyond just the library, what was left to the library, but a portion of those funds left to the library are going into this project as well, and the rest of it is up to the foundation. So we launched this campaign in November 2024 to coincide with the beginning of construction. And we've had great lead support from community groups. They're shown there. It's been gratifying how the community is stepping up and contributing with their funds from their own fundraising efforts. Talk about catching lightning in a bottle. We applied for a grant from the Pasadena Tournament of Roses Foundation and had quite a discussion in our fund group, Should we apply for one of the $10,000 grants, which are more numerous, or should we apply for the single $35,000 grant, and adopting the attitude of go big or go home, much like the council did when you were seeking money from the state. We landed the single $35,000 grant. And Kelsey Peja is standing next to me in that lower left corner, hugely deserves credit for putting together the application that got us that grant. A couple weeks ago, we announced a challenge from Bill Patzert. I'm happy to update that slide that we are actually 3/4 of the way to fulfilling that challenge. And so there's still an opportunity to make a matching grant or gift, and I hope members of the community will take advantage of that. And this has been, you know, I think about this, we really kicked it off a week ago, and we're 3/4 of the way there. We think we might have found a mechanism that works, and so we're looking forward to additional challenges in the future. If anyone is wanting to enjoy the thrill that Bill has had of seeing his grant fill up so fast, please contact us. We would love to do that. So here's some of the highlights of where we are so far in our campaign. So with the funds that the Friends have put in and the Day Trust and what we've raised so far, and I'm happy to say it's $315,000 that we've raised since we kicked off the campaign late last year. These are some of the contributions that we've received, and I particularly want to highlight the bottom one where it notes that we've had 100 distinct donors, which I think is terrific. Full range of donations. And I also want to personally thank Mayor Parkhurst and Mayor Pro Tem for your contributions as well. That helps and is a great inspiration for all of us. So we talk about these major gifts, which has been our focus up till now, and these are the different levels that we've created. But there is that note at the bottom that we're in the process of finding a way, creative way, of recognizing donors of $250 and up. You know, we're asking, do what you feels right, what you're able to, but we also want the community to know that we will be recognizing those donations in the amount of $250 and up. And this is hard to read, but I think just the number of significant donors at the different levels is worth highlighting. And the other thing I want to highlight and commend and thank is our media sponsor, Mountain Views News. We've been getting great coverage, and Susan's just been terrific about supporting our efforts and getting the word out there so people know what we're about and what's happening. And this is the last slide, and I'll leave that there for a moment because this gives contact information. We have a website, Sierra Madre Library Foundation.org. We have a P.O. Box, number 563 at the Sierra Madre Post Office. And we also have a Gmail where you can contact us with questions. And if you are interested in supporting beyond financial, we would love to hear from you as well. And so the second thing that we're asking people to do is share your library stories. I can't tell you how much fun it is to hear people talk about the library, and they told them about their favorite children's book, and they remember it to this very day. So I think it's fun to hear other people's stories and to share your own. And then we do have another fundraiser coming up that is very popular in my house, Handles is offering 20% of the proceeds from anyone that buys ice cream there during the day on October 15th. And as I've been reminded by members of my family, we could go there in the afternoon after lunch, we could go after dinner, and then we could buy a couple quarts and take them home. So there are all sorts of opportunities for satisfying your sweet tooth. And I, again, will leave that there for a moment, and I want to just sort of finish with this. A number of years ago, there was a program on NPR called This I Believe. And I believe when things feel broken, that's the time to build something. I believe in libraries. I think everybody knows that. Not just because I love to read, but because libraries have extraordinary powers. There's a reason that most everyone has a library story. Libraries create a sense of place within their walls and in the community. They have places that invite us to follow Ted Lasso's advice. I don't think that Walt Whitman actually said this, but Ted did, that we should be curious, not judgmental. And it's a chance to expand our perspective by listening to others, other voices. So what we're really about is not just building a building and furnishing a library. We're about building community. And I invite you and the community to join us. Jump on the bus, we're rolling. And I want to thank you again for this opportunity to talk, and I'll answer questions if you have them.
Any questions from council members? Former Mayor Stockley, thank you so much for the presentation and your leadership on this. We really appreciate it. It's tremendous.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm having a ball, so happy to do this.
Excellent. All right, now we have our representative from Southern California Edison, Connie Turner. Ms. Turner.
Thank you so much for having us tonight. I first want to acknowledge that I hear the residents that are here, because outages are not fun for anyone. I live in Edison territory, and I have outages too from time to time. I also wanted to clarify that if a resident is on breathing equipment or special medical equipment, Edison actually has a medical baseline program. It's where the resident actually has to have a doctor's statement to qualify that they are on this particular type of equipment. But it's a special registration within our company where we have a database of all of those customers. So they are a little bit heightened handled than we, the regular type customers. So definitely want to work with the residents who are here tonight and have those special medical needs so that we get those customers registered into that program. Second thing is that I've been with Edison for 35 years. Most of it has been forward-facing, like these types of meetings tonight. So I am very aware of concerns and feelings from the residents about their impression that Edison doesn't care. We do care. And part of my role is to make sure that we care and that we relate that back to the residents and to City Council. So I want to make sure that you're aware that I'm here to bridge that gap. I do communicate. I believe in communicating. So if you reach out to me, I'm going to call you, or I'm going to text you, or I'm going to email back to you so that you know that I understand where you're coming from. And I'll try and get an answer to your question, whatever that question might be. We are coming back on the 23rd of September with a detailed presentation of the reliability of the circuits in this city. It was a little short fuse for me to get something together for 2 days to do this one. But I do want to share, next page, thank you, some of the things that I've seen over the last couple of days, basically the Labor Day weekend, with occurrences that happened. And they were short fused, but they still impacted you in your life. We have to, because you're high fire risk, whenever a circuit trips, we are mandated to drive that whole circuit before we can turn back up power. Because we want to make sure it's safe to do so on that circuit. We don't want to turn up power and have it spark somewhere down the line on that circuit and start a fire. That's just not safe. So it does take us a little bit while longer now to get power back up because we have to manually patrol that circuit. And you can see here that you're right, you did have 3 outages within basically 3 days. August 29th, September 1st, and another one on September 1st. We patrolled it, found nothing wrong, and we reset it and turned it back on. But also during this time frame, I asked engineering to take a look at the underground portion, because we can drive and look overhead and we can basically see that something's failing. But with the underground portion, engineering has to be engaged to do all the testing that's needed. They took a look, a deep dive in the underground portion, didn't find any failure on equipment. However, we did find that some of the equipment was wearing, which is normal wear and tear on the system. So we changed out that equipment that I asked them to change out. So those worn components have now been replaced. During the time frame of September 1st, with your first outage that went, because this is all computerized now on the notices, the computer generated a response saying that at 7:40 a.m. power had been restored. But also at 8:15, power went down again. So the people who had been restored at 7:40 received a generated notice by the computer saying that you had been restored. So that was part of the confusion that was happening with residents who were saying, why did I get this notice? You got it because it was such a short time frame between the 2 outages and restoral of that first outage that the computer automatically generates, and it went out, and we apologize for that. But I want you to know that I think it was on Sunday, last Sunday, it's not on this slide, but when we do the full presentation, we will show you all the outages and what happened and how long customers were out, et cetera. All the details that were mentioned here tonight. It will be a thorough presentation. I'll also have with me representative from the engineering group along with the district operations group. So there'll be a team of us who come to answer those questions at council meeting on the 23rd. So that may be a little lengthy meeting. But I wanted you to be aware that we do care about how you are serviced. We care about all of our customers. That's what we are, your local electric utility, and we want to remain that. So once again, I'm happy to answer any questions that I can possibly answer tonight. Nothing in detail because I don't have it yet. I won't have it until the engineering department gives it to me. But I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions from council?
Mr. Mayor?
Please.
Thank you so much for being here, and I look forward to your more detailed presentation in a few weeks. Just a couple of questions, and I understand that if this can't be addressed tonight, that you could maybe address it in the next meeting. But we've heard, here and there that there's been discussions around undergrounding a number of, the lines in our general area, and it'd be interesting for us, I think, and our residents to know if any of those plans include our town, and whether there's any plans, either short-term or long-term, to do that, and whether that would actually improve. I've heard different things about whether that would actually improve outages. And then I guess the other question is, and I was glad to hear that part of your report will be, the why, because we heard a lot tonight about, some frustration about not knowing why. I think people would feel better and feel more understanding of the outages if they understood why. So I guess, is it the general practice of SCE to have a reason for every outage at, sort of whatever investigation has to happen after the fact and whatever sort of reporting is done, such that typically you do have identified a reason, or is that not the case?
When we can identify, we do identify. When our troublesmen go out to check when a circuit goes down and they see that a piece of equipment has failed, then they report back to what that piece of equipment was and what failed. When they cannot identify, as in the cases of all 3 of these, when we patrolled it, there was nothing out. There was nothing. There was no bad piece of equipment. It just went down. And so when we don't know, we say no cause found, because we can't make up something.
Of course.
So when we can say, we say. Yeah. And I will definitely tell you. When I know, I'll tell you.
Can I ask a follow-up to that question then? If when you find out, we do get the notices of when power will be back on, but we don't, as customers, see what the reason was. We just hear that it came back on. Could those be included in those messages, either text or email in the future?
That's something I can take back.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah.
Please.
Thank you for coming tonight, and I too look forward to your next presentation. When you say there was no cause found, my guess is that your people who know this business like the back of their hands
Right.
have some reasonable speculation about what caused it, because something happened. Do you have any idea what might be going on here? I mean,
The trouble
there are
in
no
our-
phantoms turning power off. I mean, there's obviously a cause here.
Yeah, the Troubermen are the experts. And so when they go out, they look for certain things that impact the system.
Mhm.
And if they can't find something that's failed, they patrol the circuit. They say it appears to be safe because we have not found anything, and then they turn back up power.
That is the first I've ever heard that.
Yeah,
Is
they'll
that-
tell you
That's
that.
pretty routine?
It does happen.
Okay.
It does happen.
Very interesting. Thank
And
you.
the Troublemen report up to the engineer?
They're in two separate departments, actually, but they work closely together.
So it's not like the old days where they try to charge the line 3 to 2 times?
No, it's all smart switching now.
Got it.
Yeah. Computers have come into play. And I'm not a technical expert, but they can explain it.
Thank you for coming on such short notice. So we're seeing 7 different circuits on these maps, and thank you for providing the maps. We've seen them before with previous presentations. It seems as though, from the testimony we heard from residents today, that the Baldwin circuit seems to be a problem. Is that, we were informed that there was going to be an upgrading of the different circuits throughout the city. Is this one of the ones that has not yet been upgraded to that higher level, or with more throughput, or is this one that has been upgraded, if you know?
I don't know. As you know, I'm newly assigned to this city. I have 10 other cities that I've had for
First
quite
time
a
we've
number
seen
of
you.
years. But yeah, this is the first time that I've actually been related to this city. I had the city as a region manager for Edison 20 years ago, when I had La Cañada and Bradbury and Arcadia, Monrovia, Sierra Madre, and those cities. But it's been a long time. So I'm just getting back to know the circuitry and to understand how everything is working. I'm working closely with engineering and the district manager, so that's something that I can take back to see what are we doing to improve the circuits that are here in your city, and specifically, is the Baldwin circuit worse than the rest of them?
'Cause I know specifically we were having problems with other circuits previously, and I want to commend Edison for listening to us and getting those. We didn't have any outages after that. With a lot of the repair happened, so there was a great improvement. So
good.
My prayer is that you hear us, you hear the residents once again, and we can have that improvement for this circuit.
I hear you, and I will definitely look into that.
Thank you so much.
So to follow up on that, when we had our last presentation, this was back in 2023, we were seeing your scores, your Sadie, Safety, and Mayfie scores. These are, for the folks in the audience, these are the metrics that utility uses for sustained interruptions and frequency of interruptions and things like that we were routinely worse than the rest of Edison territory. So when you come back to us, we'd like to see the trend of the Sadie, Safety, and Mayfie scores back to 2020, just to see, are we doing better? Is that, because back in 2020 we were significantly worse than the rest of the territory. It got a little bit better in 2023. We'd like to be able to see that trend.
Yeah, let's take a look at it.
Would you like us to share that presentation that we had before, maybe for some of the data?
I think we
pretty
probably
good.
have it on file.
Okay, that's great.
So if I understand, we've got 6 or 7 circuits in the city, and we've got overlap with the circuits. So if the Baldwin circuit was the one that was down, why weren't some of the other circuits able to power citizens, particularly those that are the most vulnerable or the highest need?
Yeah, I cannot answer that. The Troubermen decide how and where they can switch customers, if switching is possible, and sometimes switching is not possible. There's just no other route to send that load to. So they can't. They stay down until we get the power back up.
Okay. I think the requests, that I'll have in addition to the others of not only of what happened, but what actions are we taking? The questions about undergrounding. I think our residents really want to know. The 4 outages in 9 days is quite frustrating for all of us, and so we want to understand what the cause was, what the solutions are, and what the long-term forecast is, long-term plan is.
No, I hear you, and that's something that we will definitely look into. And as you know, sometimes it's rodents because of trees and living at the bottom of the foothill. You've got squirrels, and they chew through our cable, and that kind of stuff, which also takes down the load.
Okay.
Which is what happened on Sunday. A squirrel actually chewed through the box on the pole.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Webb Martin, I see your hand. We don't have, for procedures, we don't have the opportunity to do public comment right at this moment. You can ask her a question after she's done here. So I apologize just for the rules of order.
I'm happy to talk to you afterwards.
Thank you for that.
Next week, or next council
Yeah.
meeting.
So we look forward to seeing you at next council meeting. Are there any other questions from council?
So we heard about battery backups for breathing apparatuses or any medical. Some people have these, and I know that from where I live, I was in the high severity fire zone. A lot more people are now. Well, actually, maybe not. But could you explain to the public? I know batteries aren't always the most convenient thing, but it is a backup. What type of programs you have as far as rebates for battery backups for people that are living in the high severity fire zone or maybe other zones?
Yeah, those programs are listed on our website at www.se.com/customer service, or they can call our customer service number and ask that question. But there are ongoing programs that deal with battery backups and support for medical baseline customers. You must be a medical baseline customer registered with Edison.
So Councilmember Garcia, there's 2 parts of that question. So there's one in the medical baseline, and then there's a high fire severity zone.
Right.
When you bring the presentation at our next meeting, could you include both of those in that so we can see that? Because there are, if you're not medical baseline and you're still in the high fire severity zone, there are rebates you can get for certain types of battery backups. I'd like so the audience can see it and they don't have to go and dig through the website, so they can see what's there. So if you
We'll pull that off for you.
Great. Anything else? Thank you for your time, Ms. Turner.
Thank you for having us.
All right. Next, we have Police Chief Barrientos with an update on bears.
All right, good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. So an update from 2 weeks ago regarding bears. So not a whole lot has changed. We've had an additional 13 calls for service over the last 2 weeks related to bears. Of those 13 calls, 12 are sightings only, so bear seen only. 1 was a habituated bear in a crawl space, and we've had no attempt entries or intrusions into a residence. So definitely we're trending in the right direction. We have 336 calls year to date compared to last year, the 366, but it shows that we are moving in the right direction, and the intrusions have become almost non-existent. This kind of gives you a ballpark. I think I talked about this last go around. Out of the 66, 41 of those intrusions occurred in the month of June, which was an anomaly. Since the capture of the bear, July 15, these are the numbers. We've had, I think, a total of 4 intrusions from July 16 until today. But over the last 2 weeks, 0 pretty much change, except for those 14 calls for service. And that kind of gives you an overall picture of the 5 categories. So that concludes. If anybody has any questions or anything related to the bears, I'd be more than happy to answer.
I have a question. So if I can remember right, as we're approaching towards the winter time, we know we don't have full hibernation with our bears. and depending on the weather, we'll see how much they bulk up. But I believe this is the month where we usually see them more breaking into trash cans and trying to feed before they, what's the word?
Hyperphagia?
Hyperphagia. Thank you. So have we seen from the graphs, it looks like we're still lower already, even with instances. Do you believe that's because of reporting, or do you think our citizens might, I mean, you're driving around or your patrol officers are driving around, do we see less trash cans dumped over? Do we see our residents being better at not feeding the bears?
Thank you for the question. I think it's been our part collectively with Sierra Madre bear lovers, ourselves, and all the education that we've pushed out, all the information through mailers, through social media, et cetera. And I think our community is being a little more proactive, probably locking their trash bins, not keeping food out, being more aware of what's going on. I think that's what's resulted in the immense decrease in bear calls. I mean, to have 14 in 2 weeks, that's very low.
And does that include feeding, actually, the people that we had been heard were warned about feeding the bears? Have we cited anyone for that this year?
Thank you for the question. We have not, but we have not had any reports since the last meeting of any citizen or anyone in particular feeding a bear or a wild animal.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chief. And so I don't want to assume that everybody watches every single meeting, so it's always good to to go through and remind our residents how to report. So if I could have you do that. But before that, I think from the last meeting, I had 2 residents actually call or text me that they had intrusions or purported intrusions into their basement areas. Are those seen? Because one of them was, at least one said they did have a police response, and they came down and they said, "Can you put something here so we can see if it comes back?" They were very happy with the response, by the way, but they still weren't sure on how to report to make sure that we're getting accurate counts. So could you, did you receive those 2 calls, or are they in the data, or are they in upcoming data? And B, could you remind our residents who to report to and how to report?
Thank you for the question. So you have several options. Number one option would be report it directly to California Fish and Wildlife. They have it on their website on how you can report every incident. In addition to that, we respond to all calls for service related to bear calls. You can call the police station. And to get back to your call, if the crawl space, or it was we call it a basement or crawl space that we call, where it's not inhabited, it's just a crawl space, it would be under habituated, meaning the bear keeps returning to sleep or cool off because of the heat. So I'm sure it's documented in this. The intrusions, we call the intrusions actually entering a house, a garage, a large shed, an actual structure.
Okay.
Is the way we identify it. And then we also have it where you can report it directly to our city website. It's wildlife.gov.
Wildlife at City of Sierra Madre, CA. No, Sierra Madre, CA.
Wildlife.
Yeah, I just want to make sure it's on the microphone for those at home. Yeah. Okay, thank you for that.
Those are the
I didn't realize the intrusion, if it's a crawl space, it's not an intrusion, it's a habituate. Okay.
Correct. We identify those as habituated bears.
I'm getting the calls, not the wild DFW. So that just shows how many people have my number, I guess, right?
On your slide with the different categories, so we've got one for depredation, but we had one that was relocated in the last couple of years. So where does that show up in the data?
It does not, because we're not responsible for relocating bears. The responsibility lies with California Fish and Wildlife.
Are
So
we
they
responsible for depredation?
No, but the reason we documented it is because it shows the data and how it's changed as a result of the capture of this bear.
Presumably, the bear that was relocated had been categorized as one of the other types of bears, right? Like habituated to a point where the relocation was deemed necessary by the department, right? So it's categorized, but it's not, the result of the categorization isn't necessarily tracked.
Thank you for the question. Yes, so the bear's actions are categorized, however, not the relocation, because that's a step that California Fish and Wildlife.
That may be something that's worth considering. I know, Analyst Carlson, we're trying to make sure we've got standard data, but this seems like an important data point. If we're going to, if there's depredation or there's relocation, that's getting the bear out of the city. I think it'd be worth considering if that's a good data point to track and how it can be standardized. Any other questions or comments? Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
We are now on to the consent agenda item. Madam City Clerk, will you read the consent items by title only for items A through C and what is it, E through G?
Yes. Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you said, the City Council is considering 6 consent items this evening. The first of the 6 is Resolution 2550, approving certain demands. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council approve Resolution 25-50. The second is the City Treasurer's Report for the quarter ending June 30, 2025. This is a receive and file, and no action is required by the City Council. The third item on the consent calendar is the Code Enforcement Fiscal Year 2024-2025 Annual Report. And this is also a receive and file report, and no action is required by the City Council. Consent E is ordinance number 1484, amending section 17.60.056 discretionary demolition permit of chapter 17.60 variances and discretionary permits of Title 17 zoning of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. Staff's recommendation is that the City Council approve second reading of ordinance number 1484 and adopt ordinance number 1484. Consent item F is the authorization to execute an agreement with Ring Central for Unified Communication Services. This is a Sourcewell contract number 120122-RNG. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council authorize this contract and authorize the city manager to execute a 3-year agreement. And then lastly is consent item G, resolution 25-52, directing the sale of property located at 487 Woodland Drive in the city of Sierra Madre, California, 91024. It is staff's recommendation that the City Council adopt resolution 25-52. Mr. Mayor, this concludes my report.
Thank you. All right. Do we have any questions on consent item A?
I have one.
Please.
There is a check for replacement of damaged banner poles. Is that for our banner going across Kirsten Court on Baldwin?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. That is correct, Mayor Pro Tem.
And there's a cost of $13,560, but my knowledge from prior was that it was a warranty item, that it broke before the warranty was up. So what is the cost related to that?
That second part to your question is correct. Unfortunately, the warranty is not eligible. It's not valid anymore. Unfortunately, time has elapsed.
But we told them about it, and we reordered it prior to that. So how would it lapse when we told them it broke, and we're told that they were back ordered on the
This is the back and forth communication that went between the manufacturer, the provider, the installer, and the city. We did consult with the city attorney's office, and based on that information, we just ended up losing that as far as warranty was not accepted and approved.
Do we have more information on that, Alex? That's a lot of money to spend on the product, and then here it's under warranty, and it broke before that.
Correct.
And then why isn't the warranty being?
Yeah, I'll have to discuss that with the director. I don't remember this conversation, so I'll follow up with the director on this point.
Thank you so much.
There were some upgrades that I recommended to the city as far as the engineering specs to be redesigned, along with the base and the actual materials, the height. I felt that the poles that were installed previously were not up to par.
Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other questions on consent item A? Consent item B. Consent item C. I have some questions on consent item C. So do we have any data on number of code enforcements within the city in a given year? Do we have time to closure, data on visits to residences, number of visits? Like, you know, I know this is the annual report and it's just kind of the straightforward, but it's hard to know kind of what the trends are, where the challenges are, without having, you know, without any more detail. Do we have that detail?
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. At this time, I don't have that answer, but due to the ongoing cases that I have, I usually work with them, and some of them are long-going cases where I don't place liens on the property, I don't prosecute them, but I give them enough time to go ahead and correct the violation. So I do work with the city attorney regarding corrections, specifically like the substandard housing. We're trying to educate the property owner and as well as the tenants. And by doing so, I give them enough time. And if it is lengthy, which is a couple of years, the only thing that I can do is document and making sure that other violations like that for other properties don't escalate and continue on that same situation.
So do we have a database of you have a?
To add to that response, we do have almost all the information that you requested. It's just that it's not reflected here because these are the statutory categories that we have to report.
Understood, right.
But I'm fairly aware of the record keeping by our code enforcement officer, and I'd say we probably have most of that information internally.
Okay, great. Then we'll come back to that one. Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
And just to follow up, because I did receive some public comment from a resident, and I received it this afternoon, so I didn't have enough time to disseminate and understand the comment, but there's mention about a time frame of when things can be sent to I guess it's the tax board, and how it's supposed to be three weeks or 6 months, but sometimes some of these violations are going on for years. Could you just school me on that or explain me on what's going on?
Yes, Council. So typically, as for myself, since I'm the only one that handles these properties, I go with a courtesy notice, 3 weeks. First notice of violation 1, 3 weeks. Second notice of violation 2, 3 weeks. Final notice, 3 weeks, and then citation, which is 100, 200, 500. As soon as they get to the last 500 administrative citation, then that's when I go ahead and record the property with the Los Angeles County Recorder's Office as non-compliance, and I will discuss it with the Director of Planning and the city attorney, if possible, if the property is actually able to register through the California Franchise Tax Board, which when the previous city manager was here, I've never done the California Franchise Tax Board because we were trying to work with them and not record the property with the LA County Recorder's Office because that does reflect on their taxes. So this is where we're at right now, and I know there's a lot of other properties, so we are trying to work on that, and if possible, if I'm able to go ahead and record those properties, they're gonna sit until when they file their taxes on the property, and it will reflect on their taxes.
So if I understand, if you feel as though they're not working towards a resolution, then you'll take this remedy?
Yes, that will be as soon as all remedies are done with my notices, working with them, giving them extensions after the citations, and if they're still non-compliant, then I go ahead and do that, which will be the end result of the property. Instead of prosecution, we'll register the property. That were the LA County Recorders and the Franchise Tax Board.
And so how many of the notices of violation receive citations?
Typically, most of all my properties that are long going, they all get the 3 notices and the administrative citations.
So all 3 of the ones listed in the report under number of written notices of violation for substandard housing listed in the report, they all receive monetary citations. That's what you're saying?
Those, only the properties that are non-compliant. So if there's none that are not working with me and they don't pull any building permits, then yes, they are going to be subject to citations.
So on page 2, the number of notices of non-compliance, it means that there's a citation that has been issued for those 3 addresses?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so those have been issued citations?
Yes, those, so if I may, 737 Alta Vista, that was the actual Bear property. So I had to secure that. We had to get notice, sent out notice, and that one is recorded. The 281 West Carter, that's a long, outstanding case that I had since 2016. He's a longtime resident, elderly, so in a sense like that, I don't pursue that because I'm trying to work with him. And fire department also sent notices, and so it came back to me because it's a long-going process, but right now he's on a final notice as well. 501 Lotus Lane, that's an LLC property that purchased that property. They were working with planning to subdivide the two parcels. One structure burned, and the other one's red tagged. The previous building official and the previous city manager had a meeting with the owner of that property. He failed to comply with my vacant property registration because he felt that I don't need to do it. You know, I purchased a lot of property. So I haven't started the initial enforcement process on that, but this is one property that's going to be most likely lengthy as well.
Can I ask a question then? So the ones that are under the number of written notices of violation issued for substandard housing, but they are not listed on complied with, and they're not listed on number of notices of non-compliance issued. So what stage would that put them in?
That would put them at that they're working consistently, where they either are working and they pulled a permit after the fact when they received my notice, either first notice, second notice. The other ones, they received my notice, but they haven't pulled any permits, they haven't called, they haven't negotiated, so that where I'm continuing the process.
So how long is that? How long do they have to pull a notice, and then how long do they have to comply with that notice?
Typically,
permit.
Typically, like I said, my notices are usually 3 weeks for every notice. And then within the final, then that's a citation. But if they pulled, let's say, if I'm not knowing, they pulled the building permit after my second notice, then I wait, because building permits are good for, I believe, 180 days to a year. So once they pull the building permit, then I cannot do any enforcement because they're sitting working with building department now.
I have a question for that. My question would be, let's say there's a violation, they pulled a permit, let's say it's something very dangerous, like, you know, so they literally will have up to like a year or however long to fix it?
Two clarifications.
Okay.
On this point. So when someone pulls a building permit, any kind of building permit, they have 6 months to a year to exercise that permit. However, when there is a health and safety violation, we place some kind of time limit deadline on when they need to exercise that permit, or they're going to be subject to that. So for example, there was a property on Baldwin, and I think you drafted the notice of violation letting them know that, yes, you pulled a building permit, but you need to act on that permit by X date. I don't know how much time that was. I think maybe it was like 30 or 60 days we gave them. I don't remember. So I hope that answers your question.
Yes, definitely. Thank you.
And Councilmember Garcia had a question. I just wanted to clarify. The public comment you received regarding the timing, and I think that was in regards to the REAP program, if I'm not mistaken. And the REAP program is not something available within the city of Sierra Madre. That's an LA County specific program with its own specific set of timelines for property owners that are in violation of the health and safety code. We don't have that here. What we take advantage of here is all our remedies under state law and our municipal code.
I think the question was referring to the mean length of time of notices, and then it's 3 weeks. But there was a mention of a 6-month period as well, and that might be what you're referring to.
If we're maybe we're not talking about the same public comment, but the public commenter talked about a 6-month period, yes, during which LA County would remedy a lot of these health and safety violations, and that remedy was taking place under a specific ordinance adopted by LA County that we don't have in Sierra Madre.
Understand. Okay. Okay.
I was just going to follow up on Mayor Pro Tem's comment. I assume that the deadlines that you're speaking of in terms of remedying health and safety violations are tailored to the nature of the violation, right? Like you said that you thought that the specific one that you were referring to was 30 to 60 days, so that meant it was a certain, category of concern, where obviously if it was something like imminently problematic, it would require a shorter period of time. So I assume that's on a case-by-case basis based on the nature of the violation.
Correct. There is no statutory period of time. So we take this on a case-by-case basis.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for consent item C? All right. Consent
Thank you, Mayor,
item.
City Council.
Yes, thank you. Consent item E,
Is what is E? I gotta.
Communication services.
1484, second reading.
Oh, you're right.
Okay, hearing none on E. On F, that's the Ring Central.
So on F is, I just want to.
Yes.
The 83,909.16 is the 3-year contract, or is, I'm assuming. I didn't
Who
read the
can-
contract. Okay.
So, there we go.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. Councilmember Garcia, that is correct. 83,000 is for 3 years.
And were you able to negotiate this, or did
Oh,
they come to
absolutely.
us? Because
No.
I look at the warrants and I see $4,500, $4,700 a month, and
Yeah.
now I'm seeing 83,000. That's 57,000 a year.
So we're going to go from $4,500 a month to about $2,300 a month. So we aggressively negotiated this contract, and we're doing that across the board with all of our IT contracts. This is just one of the biggest and low-hanging fruit.
Right. Thank you for that.
Yes, sir.
Before you leave, so you've got Ring Central and Source something or other, Sourcewell. So what is Sourcewell's role in this contract?
So basically, Sourcewell, thank you for the question, Mayor. Sourcewell allows us to piggyback on a pre-negotiated contract, and it gives us certain advantages to be able to not have to go out and bid the project. It's already been pre-bid at a pre-negotiated price. The other benefit that is different than if we didn't use the Sourcewell contract is that it guarantees that the price will never go up. It will always be this price. At the end of the contract, if it has been renegotiated and it's lower, we can also jump on the lower price at the next renewal. So it's all across is a win-win-win all the way across.
And where does the Sourcewell program come from?
That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that.
Okay.
Sourcewell is a national purchasing cooperative organization. It's basically a clearinghouse for RFPs. So they take bids that are done by other agencies and they post them online to allow cities like Sierra Madre to piggyback off of those contracts.
Is this the first time we've used Sourcewell?
I don't specifically recall. I know since my tenureship, this is the first contract that we've seen.
6 weeks, okay.
I know our finance director has been advocating for more use of cooperative purchasing because it just shortens the time for us to be able to bring goods and materials on board.
And we can use this for other services. It's not an IT specific one.
No, it's for any cooperative agreement.
Got it.
I'll just weigh in that when I subbed in for the library construction committee meeting, they're using, if not this one, a similar type of consortium for the furniture and FF&E for the library. So that same thing, good pricing and much quicker delivery terms and much more favorable payment terms. So similar concept, if not the exact same organization.
Thank you very much.
And if I could add, the benefit there is that larger agencies with more economies of scale are able to negotiate better pricing, and we can take advantage of that even though we're a smaller city.
Wonderful.
And if I may add one more thing, we also looked at other cooperative contracts, not just this one. This one just happened to be the best deal that we could find. So there were others. There's probably 3 or 4 that we looked at. This one just happened to be the best pricing.
And I have 2 follow-ups. So one is this is a contract for the entire city across all departments?
Correct. And
Secondly, it's a VoIP. Is that, in your professional opinion, because I do respect your opinion on all things IT, is that the best way to go as a voice over internet protocol rather than a traditional landline for our type of needs?
Yeah, so to answer your question, definitely there are a lot of advantages with going with voice over IP or VoIP, not the least of which is just deployment, reliability, redundancy, cloud-based, on and on and on. So going any other direction would be a step backwards. VoIP is the future, provided that you have the right infrastructure investment and the right redundancies in play to make a VoIP a full enterprise solution.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Just
please.
just to clarify, I mean, this is a service, this is an extension of an existing service, right? So we're not actually changing the interface or changing the use experience. So it's also, I noticed in the staff report that one of the benefits was that it doesn't require a lot of transition for the staff, and so it's a pretty seamless.
Correct.
It's no transition, basically.
There's really no transition. We may update some device, say, for example, in the pit where phones are very much utilized. But overall, this is just a major cost savings and just our due diligence and really being very mindful of the taxpayer money.
Thank you very much.
Thank
All
you so
right.
much. Appreciate it.
Any final questions on F? G? Yes.
Yeah, I just have some questions on G. I remember when this came up previously and we had approved it to be designated as surplus property. I just had a couple of questions about why the value has dropped so precipitously, and I guess maybe as a corollary to that, the staff report does note that the higher valuation from 2021 was an appraisal as if the property was available for development, when it's pretty clear from the description of the property that wasn't the case. So I just wondered if there was, a change in thinking, or, did we have a willing buyer at the time to develop it, and that's why the appraisal was such? And then I guess my last question is, do we actually have a buyer willing to pay this, or are we just now revising the valuation so that we can, hopefully monetize it?
So Councilmember Krebs, to answer your first question, we used the same appraiser, and that same appraiser used the same assumptions. And the reason he gave us for the depreciation and appraised value is he said the market has declined. So that was his reason. And your second question was about?
I guess basically that answered sort of both of those questions. I guess the main question is, do we actually have someone who's looking to purchase this? And I know we don't actually make any money, because any money we make has to be turned over to the county that lent us the money to buy it. But are we just refreshing the valuation for purposes of possibly marketing it, or do we actually have an interested party?
We don't have an interested party now. What we are going to do next step is we need an engineer to draft a drainage easement that we want to record simultaneously with the execution of a contract to sell this property. So next step is, at the staff level, have an engineer draft the drainage easement, and then also to contract with a realtor to help sell this property and identify potential buyers.
Thank you.
So the cost of land in LA County has decreased significantly between the two assessments of this property. That's what that's
by 50%, basically.
that was the appraiser's response that he provided to us.
When was
that's acceptable to you?
Well,
I'm not sure it matters.
I don't think
really.
it matters, but
Yeah.
but my question would be, so it is designated as park, and I forget the designation exactly what it's titled, but it's not designated for any other use than a park or something like that. So does that mean that when the engineer's studying this, would we need to change that designation at all
Yes.
before
We're
we
gonna-
market it?
We will at some point change the zoning designation for this site. Yeah, but we're taking these in steps.
Got it. Thank you.
All right. Any final questions for item G? All right. I will now open this up for public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment for items on the consent agenda aside from item D?
There are no speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll close public comment and bring it back to council. Any discussion on the consent items?
Just want to applaud staff for saving us a ton of money on our phone contract. That's huge.
Yes.
Yeah, agreed.
All right, well then, if there is no other, I will entertain a motion for approval of the consent agenda.
I move to approve consent A, B, C, E, F, and G.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. All right, we are on to our discussion items, which our first discussion item is consent item G.
D.
Or D, excuse me. Thank you, D. The streets program. Do you would you like a presentation on this, or do you want to go straight into questions?
I think I have a few questions, and then I think when we get to discussion, it'll be more fruitful. But I just want to kind of lay some groundwork with questions, unless Director Inez has a presentation.
No, I do not, because it was originally on the consent, sir.
Yeah.
No, by all means, please, sir.
So this resolution is brought to us because of Senate Bill 1, which is the RMRA funds, and we have to submit this. I'm wondering if there's a deadline for us to submit this to be in compliance with Senate Bill 1, or is it kind of just sometime within the fiscal year?
Well, there is a deadline, which is at the end of the month, sir. But the process has begun. I began the process 2 months ago. So I made my pitch, my recommendation, and the paperwork necessary. So we're in the books in Sacramento, but I would like to submit this before the end of the month, of this month, sir.
I think that's an important piece of information.
Yes,
okay. When you went through and designated the streets, and we usually see the street designations, and I don't recall seeing those. I went back to the budget, and it was just street projects. I don't remember seeing the list until now. Is this the first time we're seeing the list?
This list here, yes, sir.
Okay. And was there an engineering report that was put together, or did we have an engineer decide on which streets to do the grind and?
This was done in-house, sir. Some of these streets are carryovers from last year. And I say that just based on situation that we had earlier, the disaster earlier, which kind of pushed a lot of our projects down the road, unfortunately. This was also based on the PSI index that the state of California puts us in. That presentation, I believe I made maybe late last year or earlier this year. So these streets are also, the decision to put these streets on this list is also based on the PSI index, quality of the asphalt, of the concrete in the mix.
So back when we approved the budget in June, as far as RMRA funds, the estimate was $275,000, and now in this agenda report is $303,000. But the total, going back to the budget, the total amount we budgeted for street rehabilitation was just shy of 1.2 million. So
correct, sir.
And we'll get to discussion. You'll probably understand why I'm asking. But as far as and we have, I think, 7 or 8 different funds we're pulling from. None of them is the general fund. These are all from gas tax and different measure taxes.
Yes.
We're doing this project. Are we anticipating to spend a little bit from that bucket on each of these streets, or do you think like one of these streets would deplete the 303,000, but we just want to be safe and kind of give them the whole plan for the year? Is that how that works?
That's how exactly, sir. The whole plan for the year, a little bit of everything, sir.
Because we also do have to comply with, I don't know if I wrote them all down, Measure R, Measure M, and Prop C. Do we have to have separate reporting, or do they come out and audit it independently?
No separate reporting, independently.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have on this item.
Very good, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
Other questions?
I have a question. So the projects were developed through the city's pavement management system and a robust public input process. What is the robust public input process? Do we have a complaint data source where every time someone complains, we log that? Or every time you guys go on a call on the street, is it logged?
My understanding with that, Mayor Pro Tem, is that about 10 years ago, something was put together in place with the Sierra Madre General Plan as far as receiving feedback from the community. So based on that was presented to the state some time ago. So they're sharing that information with me, which is when I put together the resolution. That's why that language is in there, so ma'am.
So how long ago was the robust public process?
10 years ago, so I'm saying 2015, give or take, sir?
And we haven't updated the robust public process since then?
No, sir. What we've done so far, Public Works has taken input from the community on our own, whether that be phone calls, whether that be comments here on this podium. People will reach out to me personally via email, via phone call. And I put together a list of what I feel are the high priorities just based on different situations, again, the PSI, root damage, infrastructure, old age, et cetera, sir.
And how often, like, do you do this every year for the streets for the following year?
What I'm trying to do is at least twice a year, and let me tell you why. Just based on the situation we had earlier, the amount of pressure, the amount of heavy equipment that was going up and down the streets during the cleanup of the fires.
Sure.
That now is up here for me. Because it's a different animal now. The type of damage, the type of outcome to the asphalt is something that we probably had never experienced before here. So I'm basing it off of that now.
So do we have a database of like when the street was repaved and when it's due for repaving, kind of like based on traffic, based on use, based on weather, based on trees, based on whatever the criteria that's in it? Do we have a database that we could put out like a 3-year or 5-year or ideally a 10-year forecast of when streets would be repaved?
Nothing fancy, sir, but we have something in place.
Do you have a log of the mains that have ruptured, the repairs that have been taking place? Do we have a database or data on all of those different repairs and when they've happened?
We have written documentation, yes, ma'am.
Are you talking about water or are you talking about streets?
Both, because we replace these mains and we don't replace them. We won't replace a street unless we redo the main most often. And in this case, is it because of potholes? Is it because we've had patches there? I want to know, like, basically, how do you plan on repairing, or what's your prioritization if you don't have the data to show what you should be repairing?
Correct. Again, just based on the PSI index, based on the age of the street, based on the input that we receive from the community, and sometimes it's just, hey, it's there. I mean, this street is bad.
Yeah. So how does the PSI in our plan relate to the pipeline installation plan? So as we've kind of been touching on, we've got a plan to replace a certain number of pipes per year. How do those two plans intersect and how do they work together?
PSI is extremely important. I can emphasize how important that is because these are state guidelines that we have to follow. Pass or fail. Currently our last grade was good. I mean, we're in a good spot. So whether it's a new street, a new pipe, old street, new pipes give way. Sometimes you'd be surprised. An old pipe will hold, and a new pipe will give way. So based on observations, based on the intake, research, the information that we received, history of that pipe, of that thoroughfare, we may have Sierra Madre Boulevard, a main artery in our city. We may have Monterey Lane. It's a cul-de-sac. It's a small, low-profile street. It's hit and miss, sir.
So how is the PSI determined? Is it determined overall city? Is it a street by street? Is it, like you say, we score very well, but I'll tell you, I would never put Mountain Trail as very well. I wouldn't even put it good. It's crappy, right?
Yes, sir.
And I'm thrilled that it's on the list. But if you say our PSI score is really good, then there's something wrong with the PSI score because Mountain Trail is not good. So how does the PSI score relate to that?
PSI score is really based overall in general, as a whole, as a city as a whole.
Okay.
We may have 99 streets out of 100. There's that one street that's just Mountain Trail. It's just,
right.
Yeah, so.
So now that you bring that up, so I was going to put it in discussion, but I think the question should be asked. So thank you for asking those questions. So Mountain Trail specifically, and this is what kind of got me so interested in this item. South Mountain Trail from Lowell down to Orange Grove. It's horrible. I mean, yes, we want this road fixed, but as I look at it, and I drive on it probably at least 10 times a week, very slowly, to not take my alignment out, I notice why it's so bad. Yes, there's potholes up the middle of the street, which I don't know what those are from, but along where the water main runs, there is patch after patch after patch after patch that are, it's basically like a roller coaster. So my concern, I don't want to get in discussion, but my concern and the reason for the question is, it seems as though that water main needs to be replaced. Is it a good, effective use of money to scrape that street, repave it when we're going to have to be patching it for the next 5 years or until that water main gets replaced? So this was the first street that caught my interest, and then I went and checked out all the rest of them. So can you answer that question?
That's a great question, sir. So from Lowell to Orange Grove, that's that segment there, not the entire street.
Yes, I understand.
So yes, we've done enough work between Lowell and Orange Grove to say, okay, we're in a good spot.
We feel confident
We feel
that that's
confident.
not going to have a
Again,
leak. I mean, it could leak. I know.
It
I
could
know.
leak.
You can't.
New pipes, old pipes.
But have we not seen a leak in that section for a while?
It's been some time. And then what I want to do is what is called street potholing. Also, it's in the business, it's daylighting. What we do is literally, we're gonna drill into the street and do instead of breaking up the street to find out what it looks like, I'm gonna drill into the street, pull out some sediment, pull out some analysis. We're in a good spot. That's the answer I'm looking for. So by doing that potholing, I'll be able to tell where we're at prior to.
Because when I go from Lowell up to the boulevard, I see potholes there too, like in the middle of the road.
Yes.
Just, big pieces of asphalt missing.
Yeah.
Those should be fixed anyway. But I don't see a lot of patchwork. So I'm like wondering, why aren't we doing that one first? But I mean, you're easing my mind a little bit by saying you're not anticipating more leaks on that southern part. But the northern part needs to be fixed, at least patched, because there's a lot of potholes in the middle of the road that I noticed.
Yeah. So what I want to do is what is called a 2-inch scratch or removal, and then it will be a complete resurfacing of the street. It will not be a complete lifting of the street, which then causes more severe damage. But Mountain Trail, I recommend a 2-inch layer removal with new asphalt.
How many potholes did we fill last year?
Last year, I don't have the exact number, sir, but I could get you that information. Quite a bit, sir.
Do we have a database tracking the number of potholes that are filled every year?
We have it handwritten as far as, again, not a fancy database, sir.
It's handwritten.
Correct, so not a fancy database, yes, sir.
Okay.
So I may as well follow. Yes, please, Gene.
I recall that we had a street triage list, 10 or 15 streets long, and we were rolling it over each year, and we're trying to knock off a few each year based on priority, based on just how bad they were. And that was going up until recently, I believe, because this is the first list I've seen in a while, but we used to do this every year. And if I wanted to, I could look at the list, because I'd get complaints, and I'd tell people, well, you're on the list, you're number 4, you're going to be next year.
Mm-hmm.
So is our approach different now than that? Are we doing this more kind of more ad hoc each year based on things that develop each year?
It develops each year, sir, as we move forward. It's a live.
But if we have a bad street this year, but it's not as bad as this one, we do this one this year, what do we tell the people who have the street, the runners up, who don't get their street fixed? Are they in a queue to be served in the following year?
What I
have
would
some
like
kind of rationale to tell them
Plan.
that they could expect? Yeah.
Well, yes, sir. Should everything in a perfect world, should everything run smoothly throughout our year, they are definitely next in line.
Okay.
Like I said, unfortunately, this year was just a bad year for a lot of us. I did have to push quite a bit of projects down the road towards.
So I have a question about that.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's look at Auburn or Mountain Trail, because that had, even though they were, like, Mountain Trail was already really poor, we had multiple trucks going up and down during evacuations, during big trucks. Was Auburn moved up due to more traffic? Was it already on the list? Did any streets change due to more traffic due to the recovery and the multiple large trucks going over? Did that change our plan?
It was moved up, and yes, it did change the plan.
There's Auburn Lane behind.
Yeah,
Auburn,
yeah.
So to follow up on Councilmember Goss, because when I came on the council, I think we're on the tail end of a 5-year capital improvement plan, a CIP,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't know that I've seen a CIP since then. So we've gone away from having a 5-year or 10-year CIP just in currently.
Correct.
Okay.
I don't recall that it was limited to 5 years.
But I remember there was an existing
There was
5-year.
one, yeah.
Okay. And so to follow up on, just so while you're up here, I just want to make sure that I do my due diligence on the streets, because I want to make sure I know they're not coming out of the general fund, but it is taxpayer dollars at the end of the day from some kind of tax, right?
Yes, sir.
And then we're using this money effectively and to the best, for the best for our residents and everybody that uses our streets.
Of course.
So, Monterey Lane, from Sierra Madre Boulevard to the cul-de-sac. There's Monterey Place that's at the end of that cul-de-sac.
Yes.
And I noticed when I went there, from Monterey Place to the cul-de-sac, which is a very short amount. So if we think about this room, it's just the dais, right? That is in very, very poor shape. But I noticed the rest of the road was not. And I'm wondering, maybe it just makes sense as far as when we go to RFP to do that whole stretch rather than just doing a little bit. As far as our marginal cost, it makes sense just to pave the whole thing, or could we get away with just doing that stub end of Monterey Lane?
I'm an individual to do it right. That's the way I approach all projects. And yes, based on the cost and the yards, the price of yard for asphalt has gone up tremendously. So I want to take advantage of the situation, the fact that we have a crew there, materials there. Let's get it done.
Okay.
Yes.
And then so the follow-up on the third road that I was concerned with, and that's the boulevard. So it's from Auburn Avenue, which is, tees into only place in town,
Yes.
to Hermosa. And it doesn't say if it's Hermosa jogs.
Yes.
So the southern part of Hermosa,
Yes.
when I look at that stretch of road, and we can go and do a little field trip and see, that looks very new. And then from the southern Hermosa all the way to Lima, it's in bad shape. So I'm wondering why we're doing the section that half of it looks pretty new and not going from Hermosa to Lima, because out in front of City Hall and the fire department, police department, it's in bad shape.
Yes, sir.
Why are we choosing that section that's in pretty good shape and not the section that's in bad shape and relatively old?
Based on the distance from Auburn to Hermosa, on the surface, it looks great. Again, going back to daylighting, going into boring, the surface may be fine, but what's under there? Air pockets, unseen hairline fractures, compaction of possibly a dip developing. So I want to drill into the street first to get a definite answer. Also, part two of that is that was part of the, if you recall, the downtown water main 2 years ago.
Yes.
That section should have been included in that project. Due to cost, due to time, due to unforeseen circumstances, it wasn't done.
It looks like the part all the way up to the southern Hermosa has been done, because I can see a definite line where it ends, right there, right by the cannon. It appears as though, but that could be my imagination.
It could have been some slurry seal,
May
which
have
is,
been.
which is a coating.
Yes.
We could have had a leak there, a crack developing, things like that.
I do recall that, I think it was a seal job on Hermosa, pretty sure.
Okay, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, I think the boulevard redoing only went up to.
I recall
through
what
the-
was shut
through the
down.
church, yeah, just through the
Yeah.
eastern border of South Hermosa.
Can I ask an assessment question kind of following up? So when you're going through this, you're determining it through complaints prior in the last 10 years, a little bit of what was on our list as priorities through the last 15 years, the PSI score. Is this how cities normally do this? Is there usually an engineer that comes out and does a survey of the city to see what the priorities are? I mean, is that how we did it before? And then now we're not doing that? Like, what are the normal procedures to do this?
With my old employer, just a different budget, a lot of internal operations that I had access to. Everything was done in-house, engineering, everything.
So we had an engineer before?
We did, yes, ma'am. We have an engineer on call.
Have they done this survey to plan at all, or is it just in-house right now, not?
In-house right now.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So we haven't used an engineer to assess any of these projects to see what should be a priority? We're just going by our.
The last project that an outside engineering firm was involved was last year, about this time last year, with Sierra Keys and the resurfacing of that neighborhood. Outside source was brought in along with,
I'm in an overall system of the city. Like an engineer comes and says, yeah, this street definitely should be done first, this street, because of this.
not recently, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Can I follow up on that?
Yeah.
We do have a list of, kind of a triage list of the water mains that need to be done, right?
Correct, yes, sir.
And so we actually are projecting each year that we already know which ones are gonna be, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So this is not coordinated with that at all. This is their kind of.
No, and I say that
priorities
because,
or-
well, this is just resurfacing.
Right.
I'm not changing out mains.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, if you know what we're gonna be replacing in terms of mains, say, next year.
Correct.
Wouldn't we want to coordinate a street right after that so that we don't have to go back and redo work?
That is the approach that.
Are any of these streets like that? Are they gonna have a main replaced in the next couple of years, or?
They'll be scheduled for a main replacement in the next couple of years to even 5 to 7 years.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I mean, I'm asking this because I'm not a public works guy, I'm not an engineer.
Nope,
And
please,
so when I see a road that's potholed, does that mean it's a bad road, or is it just had a, because Las Rocas, which goes between Sycamore and Cannon, up in the canyon, the gutter's all pitted and it's a horrible road, and I'm wondering like why that's not on the list when some of these are in way better shape than that street, and it's a very small street. Should we, is the process we should just kind of fill in those potholes because it's not the PSI or the whatever the structure of it's decent, but it's just potholed for some reason, or is it probably on the list and it's just going to be next year or the year after?
It's probably on the list. That's the approach I'm taking, whether it be a curb, a gutter, an apron, a driveway, a lip. We could have the beautiful street, but have that one little section right there because that one tree is just causing all this damage. So in that case there, we'll focus on just that little area.
Gotcha. Curb and gutter and the street and that whole on Las Rocas is just worse than any of these. So I'm just wondering why.
And as director now, that's the new approach I'll be taking as far as putting together a strategic plan.
Okay.
To take these issues on, timeline, cost, etc. Because it's also, like you said, curb, gutter, aprons.
So do we have, when we're thinking about things like this, less curb and gutter, but more things that are mid-street, do we have do we track any statistics about from time of report to time of fill and what the average time is? So, I mean, we had a picture that was sent to us by a member of the public of pots and potholes, right?
Yes, sir.
There's some frustration of the closing of potholes. So do we know from the time someone reports it to the time that it's filled, how long that is? And do we have statistics on that of how that is and how it is for each pothole?
We're averaging about maybe a month.
A month for a pothole?
3 to 4 weeks. It's just, we are trying our best, sir. I'm being straightforward with you here. Availability, materials available, we try and get to it as soon as possible.
And that's because we have to use it external to do that?
No, we do it internally.
Internally takes a month?
Worst case scenario, sir. I mean,
How long does it take to fill a leak?
Well, a leak we try and within quick turnaround as soon as possible.
Are the potholes hot patched, or because I know we're doing cold patches on leaks? Are we
Correct.
doing hot patches on potholes?
Potholes, that's a great question. Potholes on hot patch on potholes.
Okay.
Yes, cold patch on leaks.
Which is a different process.
Different process. You don't want to mix those two together.
Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, if I may. So I think based off of some of the questions that the council's asking and some of the information that you're looking for, right, it's identified some of the critical information gaps in terms of how the city manages and tracks some of the requests that come in from residents in terms of, cut my tree, fill my pothole, there's an issue with the curb, the sidewalk, and those types of things. In my conversations with Director Yanez, the city has not invested in what in the industry is called a computerized maintenance management system that would be able to identify those various assets within the city, be able to track how many times we've gone to that side of the road, we've repaired that main, we've filled that pothole, and with a work order system attached to it to be able to identify, okay, the request came in, how long did it take us to respond to that request? So that infrastructure, that IT type of infrastructure doesn't exist within the Public Works Department. We've been relying on, sort of an old school type of methodology to manage that. And I think, that the questions here I've identified, obviously, that there's an additional need to resource Public Works with a piece of software like that.
How long would it take for us to, from today to getting it up and running, meaning going through an RFO and do, selecting and do the contracting, and then you start implementing? Like, how long would it take us to start implementing something like that?
It depends how broad spectrum we go in terms of how many assets we try to put into the system in order to be able to touch them and maintain them and track them. If we're talking both water and general infrastructure, it's going to be a significant effort. If we're starting small with things like trees and roads and potholes, I would say beginning to end 6 to 9 months, somewhere within that time frame.
I think I wouldn't say better because not qualitative. An important question is budget, because we could get it done in a week if we paid enough for it.
Sure.
But obviously we have the budget concerns that we've been talking about. So roughly ballpark, and I know we're way off topic at this point, but just roughly, are we talking tens, hundreds, millions? Like what are we talking about in terms of general cost? Just a very ballpark range.
I don't actually have a specific answer for that because I haven't been involved in acquiring a piece of technology. I've only worked in cities that already have them.
Fair.
And obviously it makes answering these types of questions a lot easier.
Thank you.
Any further questions on consent item D? All right, so since we've put this as a discussion item, we have the opportunity to open it up for public comment. Madam City Clerk, did you receive
Director.
any cards for public comment for this item?
We did not, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, and I see you scanning the room to see that there doesn't seem to be anyone that wants to make public comment. All right, I'll bring it back here, close public comment and open it for council discussion. Yes, thank you. Any further discussion on this item? We kind of discussed through questions, which we are prone to do. Any other further discussion?
Personally, I do not feel competent to second guess this list, but I do intend to ask to agendize a discussion of getting hold of that software and getting the training for it, because I think we're all lacking the kind of information we need, and I think until then our Public Works Department is going to have to do the best they can do.
Well, I would even take it a step, I think, broader, that yes, I completely agree that like having, a more systematic approach to the tracking and both work and complaints and things like that. But I think what I was gleaning from our question / discussion was that I think we need to have some confidence in the strategic aspect of this. Like, I think we talked about it last week. Like, I personally don't want our decisions to be made based on who calls and complains about their corner, their street. Which, I want to respond to the residents and be responsive, but I don't want that to be our plan. I think I think the clear takeaway for me was that we need to go back to, if we had in the past, a strategic plan for these types of replacements and repairs, much like we have to some degree in the water department, and so that we have a little bit of confidence that, I do have confidence that this is what the Public Works has identified, and I'm sure they all could use repair, so I don't second guess that these need repair, but I do, to Councilmember Garcia's point, wonder, are there others that would be of higher and better use of our money? But to Councilmember Goss's point, like, I don't know, and I'm not going to, offer my street because I don't like it, because my street's fine, by the way, but I'm just saying,
good.
my street's fine, but I'm just saying in general, like, that's what my experience would be like what I see in front of me, and that to me is not the criteria we should be using, so.
Well, and that to me is also kind of looking at the long term. I don't feel like we've got a good vision on what pipes we're replacing, what streets we're repairing, like how we are planning ahead for it. I think, prior to this council, I think even prior to you, Councilmember Goss, there were some significant problems in just trying to patch basic holes, right?
Yeah.
We all hear about our leak rate of over 25%, and we've gotten a lot better about it. But still, we need a system to be looking out into the future more than a couple of years, and a robust public process that was 10 years ago or 8 years ago. I think I still think we need to have a. I don't think that's a robust public process. It was a robust public process. It doesn't mean a robust public process going forward. So I think there's some opportunities here.
And let me just respond to that. We in the last 10 years or so, we've made a lot of progress, particularly on the water mains and on streets and on sidewalks. Our sidewalk plan, I think, has been successful. But it's ongoing, and if you take a look at the water main issue, if you're thinking strategic, first of all, we know that most of our water system is in need of replacement. The things we're doing are, we're just kind of, I think we're in the 10%, about 90% left. So then the question is, well, in that 90%, where is the worst? We really don't know sometimes. Tomorrow it may not be a line that we think is going to be necessary, and then the next day it becomes a high priority. So there's a certain amount of randomness to this, but I think some kind of strategic plan where you have criteria set up to automatically lock a street in or lock a water line in if it meets a certain criterion. I think that's something we should be talking about.
I love your thought. Yes.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure that we're using, best use of funds. That's why I pulled this one. Best use of funds for our residents with the funds that we have, the limited resources that we have. And I was really concerned about South Mountain Trail. If that's going to continue to be dug up,
yeah,
great.
Let's not.
Bad money going after bad.
Why are we throwing money at it right now? So
Right.
I mean, and we're going to be held to this list because it's going to be sent to the state under SB1 RMRA. And I wanted to make sure that, and now we know that it has to be submitted by the end of the month, which doesn't give us a lot of time for any changes. But again, like to Councilmember Creed's point, I'm not a public works person. I'm not an engineer. I don't understand what goes into selecting these. But I think the residents should be put at ease going forward on how we do select these and what's going to be selected in the future.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. I mean, other than just, the public comment that we've got right now, right? I think we need to have.
Can't always be the
Let me just make a
grease.
motion.
Right.
Yeah.
If this council would allow me to just share some information. This list, the state of California does allow us to change this list.
Great.
We're not locked into this list.
Okay.
Should tomorrow I have something happen on the boulevard, I could add the boulevard to this list.
Great.
And I want to say, this was a consent item, and I thank you for being ambushed. That wasn't my goal, but thank you for answering all our questions.
I can't say it enough, folks. I love what I do. I love my team. I love this job, so bring it. Okay, I take that back. Wait a minute.
Be careful.
All right. Any other discussion on this
I
item?
think we discussed enough. We've got a lot more on the
Like to make
agenda.
like to make a motion to approve Resolution 25-51, designating streets to be included in the fiscal year 2025-2006 street rehabilitation program.
Do I hear a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
I'd also like to make a motion to change the agenda order and move up item number 3 for school pedestrian safety. I notice parents and people are starting to leave because it's getting late. And I think that will be more discussion from
I second that.
our,
We're allowed to do mid-agenda? All right, then let's make it so. I think that's a very wise one, and thank you,
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Mayor Pro Tem.
All right, so then that brings up
Oh, we
Chief.
need to vote on it, though.
oh,
Oh,
sorry.
thank
Anybody
you.
second
I
that?
appreciate that.
Gene seconded it.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thanks.
Great. Thank you all for keeping this going. Police Chief Barrientos, you are back up.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. So the city, at the last City Council meeting over the last few months, has received numerous complaints from parents and citizens, community members regarding traffic congestion, speeding, failure to yield to pedestrians at the Sierra Madre Elementary School, specifically during the drop-off and pickup times, specifically on Auburn and Highland. Concerns have been specific to that. As a result of that, Director Yanis and myself conducted a school safety assessment at that intersection and the school. And some of the current efforts we did immediately after the last City Council meeting I placed the only signage board that we have, and we've been placing it ever since at that intersection, and we've been moving it around, and it states something like school zone, slow down, pedestrians crossing. We have it on during the peak hours, so 7 a.m. till 4 p.m. every day. But we only have one signage board. We've also increased patrol presence, visibility, and circulation during the peak hours, not only at that school, but at all of these schools, private and public. This is what we found out of our assessment findings. So vehicle congestion is primarily parent-generated. So they're either running late for school, dropping off their kids, double parking, they're on their phone. That's really what it is. Enforcement, police enforcement does help, but it's not sustainable. And what I mean by that, I deploy 1 sergeant, 2 officers per day. We're very slim as to we deploy for the whole city. That means I have 2 police officers to patrol all private schools and public schools in Sierra Madre. So we have to provide the same service to all of our schools. So we're stretched thin. And in addition to that, those same officers are responding to emergency calls, non-emergency calls, and medical calls. Some of the infrastructure improvements that we've identified, and I believe Director Yanez could talk about it a little bit more. We've ordered additional signage that we're going to put up and down Highland and up and down Auburn. You know, more of visibility about kids crossing the street, slow your speed. In addition to that, we recommended improved crosswalk markings, meaning repaint, put either lateral or horizontal striping, which is a lot more visible when they come up to the stop signs. Another thing we've identified and we recommend is LED stop signs. So have you seen the stop signs that have the LED all around to make them more visible? That's another thing. And so what we're looking at is improving visibility and more compliance. And then the last one is crossing guards remain the most requested option, but would require Pasadena Unified School District partnership to move in that direction. So our recommendation is we could go either a full or a paused, a phased approach. We have tried education. We've been sending a lot via social media. We've been meeting with the principals of all the schools, sending out school safety prevention and to all of them to send or disseminate to the parents of the school. I think signage and visibility, installation of LED stop signs, updated crosswalk stripings, and message boards. If we can get additional message boards, it would help. Obviously, targeted traffic enforcement during the high incident periods as resources allow. I think this would be a perfect situation for like a motor officer where he can get easier accessibility into, because what we experience is when that whole street is congested between Hermosa and Auburn, a patrol vehicle can't get to where your problem is unless we get off on foot half a block or 3/4 of a block away. So that would be the other part. And then obviously the best is crossing guards. And that would be Pasadena Unified School District collaboration. And we could explore, we have not reached out to them. That's something we could explore to come up with an agreement with some, where we could share possibly funding for both. However, they would be in charge of managing the cross guards versus ourselves. So those are possible, or some of the recommendations that we're making.
All right, I think we are going to have lots of questions on this item. So go ahead, Councilmember Goss.
I'm curious about the, I drive through a lot of cities on my way to work, and there are crossing guards everywhere, and most of them are parents or community volunteers. And a lot of them are retired people. And I'm wondering how hard it would be to create that kind of a program. We certainly wouldn't have to pay a salary or benefits. So I would think the cost would be much more achievable for us, because I know we're obviously tight on money, so maybe you could.
I mean, that's something we could explore. I think where we have to be careful is to add more to our plate when it comes to crossing guards, because we'd be responsible for managing the shifts, the coverage. So what do we do when that retired person can't show up to work? Who's going to cover as crossing guard? Or so I think that would be an agreement or some sort of collaboration with Pasadena Unified, where we could assist them to find some of those volunteers, those retirees that are willing to do it. But in my opinion, they should manage the scheduling of those volunteers or replacement if they don't show up. I don't think that should lie on the police department as an added collateral duty.
Well, I'm not suggesting it. When I said we, I probably should have restated that. Somebody should, and I think we have a representative from the school district here tonight. It seems like we should be talking about maybe a volunteer system where we play some kind of a role, but obviously I think the school district ought to be playing the primary role. So maybe we could hear from them later on that.
Creeps, you've got sounds like a follow-up question.
Well, actually, I just, again, sort of maybe challenging the premise, because my understanding is that a lot of this concern that we heard, at least when school got out in the spring, was that the crossing guard was eliminated from the school's perspective because they felt like the crossing guard wasn't safe. So I guess I want to a little bit push on the premise that the best solution here is a crossing guard, because I'd hate if the school official was not feeling safe enough to provide crossing guard service, I'd hate to put our retirees or our volunteers in the similar position. So I guess I would say, and again, we're going back to expertise, I don't know, but I just don't want to automatically jump to the point that because people are asking for a crossing guard that's automatically the best solution.
I have a question following that up. So I don't know if you've seen, but the California Department of Transportation is doing a draft right now on crossing guards. It's in Chapter 7D of their draft form. They plan on adopting it in 2026. And in the very first section, it asks, adult crossing guards may be used to provide gaps in traffic at crossings where an engineering study has shown that adequate gaps need to be created and where authorized by law. So one, I know we don't necessarily have those resources, so I have two questions. One, has Pasadena Unified contacted any of our city staff yet to collaborate at all?
Thanks for the question. I could tell you I have not been contacted, nor any of my my employees next door have been contacted regarding that matter.
And so then my second follow-up question would be, I am assuming these steps would have to be met. I know in my district where I'm a teacher, those steps had to be met to use crossing guards. So, and I don't know if it's just a good practice at the current time and not implemented yet into code. I don't know that. I guess we'd have to do more research. But in your research, did you find any other good practices that other cities or other schools are in Pasadena Unified are using?
No, the only thing I found out is that crossing guards can be outsourced. There's companies out there that are experts and provide that service. It comes at a cost at about $36,000 for 180 days of coverage. So during the school year period, that's the cost for that limited amount of time that they're there. I think that's probably the path to go. I think you have experts that have been trained, are probably insured, healthy to be able to do the job. I mean, you have to work under extreme heat.
De-escalation training.
Jump out of the way of fast cars.
Quick reactions.
Is that quote for the whole city? Because we have, I think, 8 schools in the city. 2 are public. Is that for a whole city program, or is that for one school?
That is per crossing guard.
Oh, wow.
Per crossing guard.
If I may, because I gave the chief that information. So I was looking at other city contracts. There's a vendor in Los Angeles County. It's like All Cities Management. They're kind of the biggest player when it comes to crossing guards. One of the contracts I looked at, their fiscal 26 rate was $32.99 per hour per guard. And the rates that I gave the chief assumed 1 crossing guard at Sierra Madre Elementary and 1 crossing guard at Sierra Madre Middle School for an hour and a half in the morning and an hour and a half in the afternoon. And that turned out to be about $36,000 in total for the school year.
And so
one more-
while we're talking costs, we talked about improved crosswalks, ordering additional signage and LED stop signs. Have we costed out any of the estimated costs associated with that?
I don't think we've quantified all of that information. You know, it depends on the policy direction that we receive from the council. If you want us to pursue staffing crossing guards, we can take a look at that. If you want us to start with infrastructure first, we can come back with a recommendation in terms of signage and those types of things.
So the other part of that other research I did also, hearing from other districts too and seeing what they use, is the California School Board Association. This is for other school boards who oversee districts like Pasadena Unified. And they recommend also consideration for school boards is to establish, expand, and review their school crossing guard programs. So that puts them, according to their association, it puts that responsibility on the school district, but to coordinate with us. So we have not, at this point, we've gone to this effort to do this work, but we really need to be coordinating. Would you agree with the school board?
Yes, we should be collaborating with
district.
Pasadena Unified School District.
But we still not
in
heard
regards to
from
this
anybody
matter.
yet.
I mean, the only area of concern or the school of concern has been the lower campus, the elementary school, and then there's been some concern over the years with upper campus, which is the middle school.
Yeah.
Also, those have been the.
We've gotten a lot of public comment over the last few days about
Yes.
the middle school, so it's
So
not,
it's
not
those
historic.
two. I know that the middle school does have a crossing guard. I don't know if it's a parent or a teacher. And I know right now the lower campus, the elementary school, has a crossing guard. I don't know if it's a teacher. I think it's a teacher at Hermosa and Highland, not at Auburn and Highland.
So the principals have been very proactive in helping coordinate with you, but do you feel that you've had any interaction with anyone else but the principals of the site, administrators and teachers? No one from Pasadena Unified at the next level up?
No, we have not
Okay.
been contacted by anybody from the actual school district, no.
Okay, thank you.
I do have a question, but I think city manager had a comment.
Well, and part of the reason why I haven't reached out directly is because I was waiting for direction from the council in terms of how you'd like us to proceed.
I'm just surprised they didn't
Okay.
reach out to you.
So you rightfully say in your report, the concern is safety, right? Pedestrian safety. So what is best practices, or do you know like which implementation, obviously you can't have somebody there at all times, you know, citing somebody. But is there a recommendation that like for best practices and safety for this type of issue? Have you seen anything like that?
I mean, I think the best practice that we should implement is the signage, the stop signs. That's an easy fix with the LED. We've already ordered additional signage to put up and down Auburn and Highland. That should help. I know a signage board is about $35,000. If we got an additional signage board, we only have one for the city. And then repainting those crosswalks, based on the information that I've gotten from Public Director Yanez, it's horizontal or lateral, so it's much wider stripes, much more visible. I think we should evaluate that, see if that gives us some outcome that's positive.
But from what I'm hearing, it's impatient parents and impatient commuters. They know there's a stop sign and a crosswalk there. So are we thinking about this the right way? Because the issue is people that are just, they know they're supposed to be stopping, but they're just impatient.
Do you feel like citing parents that are on their phones or behaving poorly, I guess, and causing a danger would benefit? I don't know.
Thanks for the question. So we have cited parents. What happens is just like anything, you cite one parent and then the behavior fixes itself while you're there because you're 30 minutes while you're citing them, and then you don't have that behavior. You come back the next day, but you're only citing or fixing the problem with one parent. So it doesn't really fix the problem. I think that's where it would be beneficial to have like a motor officer, because he could weave in and out of traffic, conduct the stops, sit in very low profile locations, get those moving violations, the stops.
Is speaking of that, and this, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I mean, you're right, because an individual stop takes time, and, the likelihood in this time period that, you're gonna have multiple, citations is low. Is there a way to not do it live at the time? I mean, if we see systematic, running of stop signs, phone usage, is there a way to do it in a way that infractions are, provided later? In terms of like being able to just record the information of the violators and then provide those citations so that we could actually just do a sweep of, whatever number of citations for a morning where 10 people are running stop signs and we have their license plate, and then we just provide citations after the fact.
Thank you for the question. So I'm going to say no. I know there's cameras that have been placed at tri-lights, at red lights, that would take a picture of you when you take the red light. I have never in my career seen one placed at a stop sign yet. I don't know if there's a company out there that explores that, or a company that explores, cell phones or double parking, etc. I mean, there's a way, we could put, hypothetically, let's say we posted cameras. How do you identify the driver? If you see somebody on their cell phone, is it the driver? If you've ever gotten a ticket for a red light violation, photograph, is you have to, under perjury, identify the driver of the vehicle, and you're not required to in the state of California for the vehicle code. So it's a very gray area. I think the idea is great, but no, I think the idea is great.
I mean, because I think, there needs to be behavior changing. To me, that was the question I asked when they were here in the spring, which is, do you feel like the majority of violators are actual parents who, should be probably the safest drivers in that, in a logical
Perfect
sense,
world.
because they're the ones that should be caring about their kids, and things in that situation. So, I just wonder what's best to change behavior here. And I don't love the idea of multiple citations, but I mean, maybe that's what it takes. I just don't know.
Oh.
We've run those programs in the past in the city. I think at Sierra Madre Boulevard in Baldwin, where a crosswalk program where we've had other agencies actually help us out in those, and we have to post that we're doing that. But if we did those more frequently, and we did those at that intersection or those intersections, do you think that could change behavior? Because they don't know, there could be one of those plain clothes police officers going through the intersection, and if that's frequent enough, that might change behavior? I'm wondering.
Thank you for the question, but I didn't want to give it up, but I have a task force like that coming up. I just don't want to give up date and time, because then they'll
You
be in
have
their
to,
best
right?
behavior.
Yeah.
No, only
No.
DUI
Oh,
checkpoint.
only
I'm
DUI,
kidding.
okay.
But no, we have them. It's OTS, a grant funding that we have, but we have a limit. We can use it, but it's not a lot. It's 40,000. So we could have 3, 4, 5 task forces, and then we deplete the funding. It's not a lot of money. So
Well, I'd rather use it on this than, say, a DUI checkpoint in the middle of Sierra Madre. I'd
So
rather use it this way.
yeah, we really don't do the DUI checkpoints. But
Exactly.
the traffic enforcement on the 5 primary collision factors,
Got it.
which is distracted driver, speed, stop signs, lights. We don't have a light here. Those are some of the big ones.
And if you implement the LED, are those available on timer, so the residents that live in that area don't have to deal with circus lights all night?
So they're actually not bad. We looked into them. They're about $800 and some each. They're not very bright. They're not like the old school with the big red light. No, they're not as bright. But yes, you could put them on timers.
Like the ones we have at the Boulevard in Sunnyside or the Boulevard in Lima?
No, these are very different.
Oh, okay.
They have small little LED lights. There's probably about 12, 14 of them that circle around the whole stop sign. And it just makes it a lot more visible when it gets your attention to the stop sign. It says there's a stop sign. So
Do we have a higher traffic violation cost in a school zone in Sierra Madre?
Like you mean
So like in other cities, you drive by and your fine within a city, within a school zone is higher for being in the school zone. And from what I did some research, I'm wondering if this is possible for us. Those funds can be earmarked towards crossing guards, towards traffic safety for that school in that area. So let's say I don't know if what in LA, when you worked in LA, how they do this, but if it's in front of a school and you're going 30 in a 25, instead of a $200 ticket, that's a $500 ticket. So it increases just in that area, and then those funds could be earmarked possibly.
So we don't dictate amount for citations. That's done by the county or by Superior Court.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, speed has nothing. So there's speed zones. So if you were to cite someone at a school zone, there's a section in the vehicle code that says excessive speed in a school zone. So it would be 22350A VC, which is unsafe speed, and then you would add the school zone, which would probably add an enhancement. So like how the monies gets divided, that's way outside of my control. That goes to the courts, but we don't set fees for
Like,
citations
do
at
we
all.
set the school zones though?
Yeah.
Do we set the school zone? So, because you said it's like an adder on.
So it's in the vehicle
citation.
code section. There's a section there for driving at high rate of speed or unsafe speed in a school zone.
So,
It's a
so
vehicle
when you
code.
have cited people in there, did you use that enhancement on those citations?
Well, it's not so much an enhancement. Where I think I
Okay, sorry.
misstated. It's
No, it's
it's just the vehicle code.
Okay, so
Unsafe speed in a school zone. So depending on the excess of speed is what the fine will be, but that's dictated by the court. It has nothing to do. We have nothing to do with fees.
Okay,
At all.
but
Or
when you're
fines.
doing it, you're citing it as specific as you can. So you're saying it's a school zone. You're citing it. So it's unsafe speed in a school zone versus unsafe speed somewhere else.
But there's no, like, fines are doubled in construction zone. There's no something akin to that in school zones. It's just a lower rate of speed.
Yeah, the only thing that's different is when you have speed involved, it becomes a reckless. At a certain amount of speed, it becomes a reckless, which is a misdemeanor versus an infraction. So that's what changes.
Got it. Other questions? Thank you, Chief. Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
Madam City Clerk, I think we're now ready to open up for public comment. Do we have any public comment cards?
We have, we received one email from Cindy Carter. That email was forwarded to the City Council. And we have 4 speaker cards. USD Board Member Fredericks has asked if she could give her comments first.
Okay. So,
Okay. Then the next speaker card is Ashley Dilsaver Shaver.
Hello, good evening. My name's Ashley Shower, and I'm a proud Sierra Madre resident and mother of a Sierra Madre elementary child. I want to continue to highlight the safety concerns at the intersection of Highland and Auburn by the Sierra Madre Elementary School and the need for a crossing guard. Sierra Madre police patrolled at the beginning of the school year, and this did make a huge difference. I saw tickets being written and drivers being more cautious. But there's still a concern with the foot traffic crossing the street and kids and adults not knowing when it is safe to cross. Even with a driver like myself, fully stopping at the stop sign, looking both ways, looking forward to the left and right of me for other drivers. It's just very dangerous, and we need one person to man the traffic. The police also can't be the long-term solution, and I think we all understand why. This is a huge problem. The amount of traffic on Auburn and Highland, combined with how hard it is to see both directions, makes it extremely dangerous, especially for the kids crossing both before and after school. Kids and parents often try to wave drivers through. I myself have done this many times, thinking it's safe, and almost hit someone because I simply could not see them in time, even when someone has waved that it's okay to do so. Without clear communication and one person leading the traffic flow, it's only a matter of time for there to be a huge accident. There's also so much confusion along with that danger. As it's been mentioned in past meetings, we are the only PUSD elementary school without a crossing guard, and Sierra Madre teachers have taken this role up the last few years, but it's not in their job description. I know we've discussed that before, and they really put themselves at risk. I understand budget is a concern, but a crossing guard is far less expensive to employ than facing a lawsuit or worse, a loss of life. it's only a matter of time before something unfortunate happens. And if something horrible happens, it will be the city that bears responsibility for not fixing this problem. Please, please, please act now to try to keep our community safe. This is something I see every day. I'm especially cautious because I've had close calls myself. I'm not a distracted driver. I'm sitting there very nervous because of what I've witnessed myself. And I think the traffic flow, having the extra signs, all of that does make a difference. But I think ultimately we need one person in their crossing guard uniform that everyone looks to and knows this is the way that you need to go, this is safe to go, directing cars when they can go, because there's all of us that keep trying to play crossing guard, and it just causes confusion. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Shaw.
Mr. Mayor, Cheryl Cartagena. Cheryl or Sharon? Sharon, thank you.
Hi, my name is Sharon Cartagena. I live at 81 Auburn, just a block below the elementary school. I have 2 kids, one in 5th grade at SME and one at the middle school. We moved to Sierra Madre because it was walkable, because it was a safe place for our family. But I can't let my 10-year-old walk to school. We live a block from the school and he can't have that experience. I can't let him have that independence because, like the other speaker, what I have witnessed every single day when I walk him to school in the morning. Yes, there are distracted drivers, but it's also an extremely chaotic intersection. There's kids crossing at all 4 corners, and there's cars trying to figure out if it's their turn to go. It's hard to figure out whether it's your turn to go because you're waiting to see if a spot's open up and if you can. It's very chaotic because there have been so many near misses, and because I now found out that Mr. Budd doesn't cross there or isn't the crossing guard anymore because it's too dangerous for him. I am terrified that a child will be hit. It is my greatest fear, and I don't think we're talking about if, I think we're talking about when. Such an event would be just deeply traumatic to our community, as well as extremely expensive for this city. And so I urge you to consider all of the options that were described by the police chief today, but to especially consider crossing guards because it is a very dangerous intersection. Something is going to happen. I know that city budgets are tight, but it will be far more expensive when something happens rather than looking for the money right now to pay that $36,000 or whatever it does cost. So please, please, please consider making that intersection safer for our kids so my kid can walk to school, or even so my kid doesn't have an experience where one of the children in his school gets hit by a car. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Clerk.
Yes, sir. The next speaker is Caitlin Wolf.
Hi, Mayor Pro Tem, and City Council. Apologies for the special guest, but if I pass her off to somebody, she'll likely scream. So she's gonna join me. I am a very fortunate adult that got to grow up in this town and got to experience going to schools in this town, and now get to experience having my own children go to school in this town. And we are one of the walkers to school. We live on Laurel and walk to Sierra Madre Elementary. And needless to say, like was just said, my 3rd grader is eager for the day that she can walk to school by herself. And unless something changes with the safety around the school, that will literally never happen. And just, I know some of these things have been brought up, but I have done some research. I've talked to the city of Pasadena. I've talked to Monrovia School District. I've talked to Arcadia School District to see what they put into place and how things operate there. Pasadena has provided crossing guards for the PUSD schools in their city since 2003. Monrovia and other nearby cities provide crossing guards through ACMS. I think that was the program that was brought up earlier, which is the All City Management Services. At the end of the day, these are Sierra Madre streets. These streets don't belong to Sierra Madre Elementary or the neighboring Sierra Madre Middle School as well. And in addition to this being a huge safety issue, which is obviously number one as a parent, but it is also a huge traffic and congestion issue with traffic flow. Crossing guards not only provide safety, but they keep the flow of the traffic by having pedestrians cross in groups. Without a crossing guard at Sierra Madre Elementary, parents and their children and guardians are just constantly crossing. It's a stream of kids, it's a stream of adults, and these cars are trying to rush through at every little break that there is between kids and their adults, and that's where these near misses are happening. Since school started August 19th, there's been 2 incidents where myself and my daughter have almost been hit. And so these are not just issues that are in people's imagination. I understand that this comes with an additional cost, but the safety of children and their guardians needs to be a priority. Like what was said, a lawsuit, and obviously the tragedy of that is going to be way more costly, both financially and emotionally, than issuing a permanent crossing guard for these areas or area. As was stated, in the meantime, continuing to have more police presence. I know that it was definitely more obvious the first week or 2 of school. And for somebody that walks 2 times every single day, I know there's other schools that need to be patrolled, but that police presence has not been very robust since that first week or 2 of school. And it shows with how let's say, aggressive the drivers have been since then. I think
if you could wrap up, please.
Yes. So thank you so much, and I appreciate your time and concern on this matter.
Thank you very much for your comments.
Mr. Mayor, there are no other speaker cards submitted.
All right, if there's no other speaker cards, we'll go ahead and close the public comment and bring it back for discussion. Who wants to start? Thank you.
It's obvious there's a problem. I mean, I don't think we need to debate the severity of the problem, that there is a problem, so I think we can just sort of stipulate. I do wonder what has created this new level of it, because, many of us have had kids at the elementary school or other schools in town, for years, and it's interesting to me that it seems to be much more severe, and maybe that's because historically there were crossing guards provided by the school. I do appreciate that cities around us might provide this service, but I also, to the extent that we're getting lobbied, which is exactly what you should be doing, I would hope that you're also reaching out to the school district. I get that they have told us that it's not their responsibility, but as we've said on, here, that we do feel like there's an opportunity for partnership here, and we're not really getting the cooperation from the other side. So I would hope that the folks that are emailing and coming to our meetings are also talking to the school district, because yes, it's true that it's our streets, but they also bear some responsibility for their their traffic impact on our city, and their managing of their parents and their constituents as well. So hopefully, if we apply pressure from all sides, we can create a partnership here, which I think is probably the best outcome.
Can I mention something about that?
Yeah.
So this weekend, Jennifer Hall-Lee actually did come to Sierra Madre. We met at Mary's Market and we discussed the issue at the schools. So she was going to kind of.
And could you just?
Sorry, she's also on the Pasadena Unified School Board. Okay. She's come to our parade. She's very interactive, even though she doesn't represent our city at all. She's in Altadena, but she's been very proactive with PUSD. So she came and met this weekend, and we talked. This is one of the concerns that we had, and so I asked, well, should I come to your meetings and make it an agenda? Can you make it an agenda item? Shouldn't we be collaborating with city staff and PUSD staff, because I've never had to do that before. And so I think she was ready for it to come to an agenda item. I don't know if her representative will bring it to agenda, or if that means that we have to bring it up to them so that they make it an agenda item, or if we should direct our city staff to contact them.
I'm confused.
Okay.
The representative who represents us on the board was just here, but so you're saying you talked to another board member who doesn't represent Sierra Madre, and she's willing to have something agendized on their board?
Yes.
So had she talked to our representative? Do we know?
Well, our representative is actually the president of the board,
Yeah.
so I would think that if there's an agenda item to be had.
Yeah. So,
And so I don't know the procedures necessarily for school boards versus what we do. Like, we come up with agenda items because we see a concern and we hear there's a concern. So we make that an agenda item to figure out, which we did. So I don't know if it would help if all of us went and made an agenda item, or if we should just direct staff to reach out to them directly. I think all the above.
All the above.
All the above. Because it has to be a coordinated effort. It can't just be, even though there are streets, the responsibility, according to what, there's no law saying it, but there's other steps that I've been seeing that we have to make. We can't just put a crossing guard there. There looks like there has to be a couple other steps, just like when we talked about stop signs. We don't know those steps, but we'd want to have that happen sooner than later, I would guess. And do you see any remedies we can do in the short term, like painting as soon as possible, changing the signs as soon as possible? Could we do that? And
Yeah, I
not
mean,
too much of
I
a-
think to the city manager's point, we should look into how much that costs and whether we have the budget for those, and if we can redirect some of the other traffic money, you know, to increase at least the aesthetics, as the chief mentioned, in terms of the lit up stop signs and the enhanced curbs. But I do appreciate the new information that was brought up by the public comment tonight that we had not heard before. Beyond the safety issue is just the coordinated effort issue, which I do appreciate. I mean, you think about the airport, right? Like the Burbank has the crossing guard, you know, and will stop traffic for pedestrians, will stop pedestrians for traffic. And so it was a good point that hadn't occurred to me, which makes me sort of reconsider what I brought up earlier, was if whether the crossing guard is the solution. It may be not the solution for safety per se, but it might be, you know, the solution for flow and organization, because yeah, stop signs and enhanced crosswalks aren't going to help people know.
You're not
it's
bringing
their
them
turn.
across in groups. Yeah, I had the exact same thing. That was a new revelation for me as well. Is that so? Yeah, please.
Yeah, and it's true. I mean, I've had a kid in Sierra Madre Elementary School. Well, I have a senior now, and I still have a kid in Sierra Madre Elementary School. It's been every single year since my senior was in there as a kindergartner. And we were walkers as well. And my 5th grader does walk, but we give her a specific route she must take, which avoids Highland and Auburn, absolutely. But yes, that's true. Somebody mentioned Mr. Budd. He's probably the only guy that's bigger than me in town. And he was the guy that was doing the crossing. And you do rely on him for the flow. You wait. He waits until there's a good group of people, and then he crosses them together. So yeah, I think that was a good revelation. Even though I experienced it myself for years, it's a good revelation that individual there does control the flow of car traffic and pedestrian traffic, which is super helpful for the concerns that we're having. And you know, we tell our kids, when somebody waves you through, we call that the wave of death. You ignore that. You do not. You know, you only go when you know it's safe on your own. That wave is the wave of death, and hopefully, I don't want to use that term lightly, but we can avoid that. And regardless of lawsuits, yeah, the emotional toll if somebody did get run down in one of our streets would be, you can't put a dollar figure on that. It's super important.
I've had that experience.
Yeah.
I teach at a school where the middle school had lost a student a few years ago, so.
You know, I particularly like this. I'll echo what most of the other colleagues have said. I mean, the fact that I'd like to see more active transportation in this city. I mean, this helps. Like, if people feel like they can't walk to school, that is a fundamental issue. And so I think we need to try to address that. You know, the thing that I wrestle the most with, there's 2 things I wrestle with, is the 2 biggest ones: time and money, right? And meaning that, like, we need to get a solution soon. We also need to follow the law and do all the steps as Mayor Pro Tem pointed out, and then figure out the budget. And those are the things that I'm really struggling with.
Because this is something we haven't budgeted before. Like I said, I have a senior, and there was always been a crossing guard there that was provided by the school, and now that's not happening. So it's not something we've had to deal with before. This is new to us because it's always been provided.
And I think, you know, as we're looking at the cost going in, I think we need to look at, like, what do we cut back on in other places? I mean, you know, if we truly do zero-based budgeting here, and if we're going to look at, like, here's what the budget is this year, Like, what is it that we have to dial back on? Because 36,000 is one cross, oh, no, it is multiple crossing guards, isn't it? It's 3.
But I'm also hearing and seeing everywhere that there are funds that are being used for this, even from school board associations, from a safe street fund through, I sent it to the city like about 6 months ago for something else, but there are funds that are available, and one of the funds that they say is the most common use is the ones we use from citations. Since it is a higher level of citation value in the school zone, you can earmark that for that school zone's crossing guards. So I sent the information to the staff.
I was under the impression that we only get a small percentage of our citation revenue that goes to,
I think that was on warrants, though.
isn't that correct?
That's true, yeah. A portion that goes to the courts, a portion goes to the county, a portion goes to the local police department.
So we wouldn't be
But
able to
there's a-
earmark any more than our share of that, right?
Wrong. This measure is already passed, that there's legislation
So
that does it just for this type of thing.
Well, so the full citation will be
No, but it's a
earmarked?
certain amount that's higher than just what you get on your regular citations. And according to our warrants this month, I think we took in 4,000, I think, in profit
Mhm.
from citations.
Well, not
Well, that's
profit.
profit.
I'm sorry, revenue.
But that's citywide, right?
Yes, so that's what I'm saying. We could have to study that, but it looks like that's what other cities do. And when I was talking to the school board president, she had asked, did you take these quotes from such and such? And I'm like, no, I didn't know anything about that. So I
Where in the
think more
warrants did you
research.
see revenue? Because it's usually an expense.
I thought I saw a subtraction.
Oh, okay.
Like a
Maybe a
repayment.
refund,
Yeah,
okay.
maybe a refund.
Interesting.
So, and I think, the other thing that we're seeing in this, and I think, on kind of bigger issues, this even goes back to the basketball, program that you're thinking about, the coordination with PUSD, Lee, I think we can improve it a whole lot more. And I understand that City Council used to meet with PUSD. I think we should try to figure out as a part of the solution, this kind of the bigger picture of a deeper collaboration. I mean, the schools we have in the city are absolutely stellar. And they're, most of our residents, or a large number of our residents, or kids go to these schools. We should find ways to continue to partner and deepen that relationship. I mean, the fact that our rep had to leave, unfortunately, I mean, that's unfortunate, and we haven't been able to continue and deepen that relationship.
Yeah, I know before they rotated, before the election, I know we had talked about, with the prior president, having a joint meeting, and that it just never came to pass.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think, that's something we've explored, and we haven't, the last one I recall personally was when the middle school was being built, and my college junior was in 2nd grade. So that's the last time I think that we've had kind of a joint public meeting. So I think it would be a good, we don't need to do it every year, but it would be nice to have at least on some recurring calendar, so we had the opportunity we had a avenue to discuss these kinds of issues as they come, versus trying to figure out who should be talking to who and where the entry point is and all of that.
And I think, building off what you've said, is I think we need to front load it. So, I think we need to have a couple of meetings here in maybe this next quarter, and then can dial it back. But I mean, I think that I feel like we're missing each other quite a bit.
I don't think we're gonna have 2 public meetings with the school board. And
Well, no, sorry. Let me correct. I don't mean like all of the school board. I think we need to have the school board and deepen the relationship, and maybe have them here more routinely. So not do 2 full joint public. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
No.
It's like we barely do 2 meetings.
Right. No.
I'm getting a sense that this is more urgent than waiting for
Oh,
school
yeah.
board meetings to take place.
Agreed.
The bureaucracy at Pasadena Unified School District, no disrespect, but we have enough experience to know that if we did get over there and make an appeal to their board, and they did come around to doing something, it's still gonna be an implementation way into the future. And so let's judge them by their actions, not by what they might do. They are not funding a crossing guard at this school. So there's got to be a reason for that. They know there's a problem there. The school board member representing us was here tonight. Why are they not funding a person for that job? I don't think we can get inside their heads. I don't think we're going to persuade them. There's something going on there that I think is a little beyond us. So I'm sensing from your thought that we could maybe find some revenue one place, maybe there's some grants, maybe at least for this year we should be talking about hiring the crossing guards. I think I don't want to just tell the people who are waiting for us to do something. Well, we're going to go have a meeting and talk to the board that's already made a decision that's not in our favor. I don't know that we have a whole lot of persuasiveness beyond what the parents of these children have already communicated to that board through their board members.
Do we have any like emergency funds or set aside funds? You know, like do we have in the budget? Don't we have a small pot of funds for unexpected expenses?
There is a $100,000 contingency. I have used those resources for consultant work related to the budget and revenue support for the city. I have to go back and take a look to see how much capacity is still in there, but I think most of those funds have already been spoken for.
Don't we also do a mid-year budget?
We do.
Yeah.
Do we have any budgeted part-time positions like in community services or police that aren't currently filled?
I would have to go back and check with staff to fully understand the number of vacancies.
And if we did have a vacancy, would we have to fill it from a certain department if it's a crossing guard, or could we?
I mean, we would have to pull those resources from wherever we found those vacancies to pool those funds. I mean, if the council is seriously considering, funding the positions, I would just recommend that we do a supplemental budget appropriation and just move forward in that direction.
I mean, I think we need probably costing on all the solutions, right? I mean, we can't make this decision in a vacuum. I mean, we have a sense of what roughs out in terms of crossing guards at the 2 public schools, but don't have costing on any of the other solutions. So I think we need to have a little bit more meat on the bone before we can actually approve a specific action. But I think you've gotten directionally, I think, where we're going.
The thing that scares me is like setting a precedent, and the school district goes, "Oh, they're taking care of it. We don't want to."
Which is probably what happened with the city of Pasadena, right?
May I suggest a recommendation that the council provide me with direction to engage with the school district on a memorandum of understanding for cost share with them of 50% of funding crossing guards, and if they're willing to engage with us, that we can come back with that agreement?
Yeah.
Yes.
As one option. Second option being we can still do the infrastructure improvements in the intersection, look at the stop signs, look at some of the painting and those types of things, and come back once we've had a initial outreach with the school district to gauge their interest. We can let you know whether they've been receptive, yes or no. We can decide to move forward on our own, and bring back all the costing with the infrastructure and signage improvements.
Can we put this as a standing item on our agenda, recognizing that in 2 weeks you probably won't be able to do all of the costing, meet with the school district and arrive at an MOU, but we're hearing this has been at least the second or third meeting where we've heard it from. We need to respond to the residents' concerns, and so if we can put it as a standing agenda item from here until we get a full resolution on it, I think that might be really helpful so that we're all held accountable and make sure we're moving forward.
Sure.
In the meantime, can we tap we have community volunteer officers through the police department, such as Commissioner Carney and some others, right? Can we tap them in the meantime to maybe fill some gaps, maybe not 100% coverage? Is that something we can do? Do they need to be specifically trained in those types of things?
So, going back to Mayor Pro Tem Lowe's comments about safe routes to school funding, the resources there are typically used to send crossing guards to crossing guard school so that they can be trained. It's not typically used for like wages and salaries and those types of things. And to be a certified crossing guard, you have to go through a number of hours of training in order to do the traffic control and those types of things. So yes, we could use volunteers, but we'd have to understand that they're not trained. We could send them to training.
Unless they've already been through the training because they've already worked in that
through it.
capacity, but not necessarily at the schools.
Yeah,
I don't know.
but again, we run the same risk of one of those people being injured or not being available, and
I think some coverage is better than no
supplement
coverage.
right now.
Sure, sure. I mean, I think the chief can speak to.
Thanks for the question. So when it comes to reserve officers, yes, they come in at voluntary basis. However, most of them have full-time jobs.
What about
your
your
So,
It would be
volunteers?
a matter.
I'm-
So,
We're saying the same.
Yeah.
so volunteers is an option. We just have to be careful. Some of them have limited abilities. So we just have to get those that are willing to do it. I think where it becomes a little difficult is that we're taking on that responsibility of scheduling. So when we have that void, what do? It's about having consistency.
We don't
I
mean
thought it's like a
permanently.
stopgap,
Yeah.
just in the interim. And if it's not every day, it's not every day, but at least if we could get a body there occasionally while we're trying to figure out how to get a full-time crossing guard.
I would be more than happy to
And I'm not
explore
talking
that.
our sworn reserve volunteers, I'm talking about the non-sworn.
I would be more than happy to explore
Thank
that.
you.
I can look
so
into it.
So if we can take it just a little bit broader, and I think I'm building on your intent, is like, let's see what we can do right now with the resources we have, like as quickly as we can. I don't want to, I would prefer not to dictate to you on any one thing. It's like whatever you have the best resources to do while we work on a, on a longer term plan.
I mean, we can engage with all cities to get a crossing guard and then work out the agreement with Pasadena Unified after the fact. If you just want to move forward and have certified staff available within the next couple of weeks, we can do it on our own and circle back. It's just, at that point, what impetus does Pasadena Unified have to engage with us? So you're already doing it.
Right.
So, and I mean, it's sort of a funky conversation, right? Because you're leveraging the safety of children.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is to hear back from Pasadena Unified by our next meeting, and just make sure that we get
Can do the outreach.
This needs to be a collaborative, and it hasn't been so far. And if some of us need to show up at the next the next school board meeting, we might need to do that.
I will just again make the plea because the parents that we've seen have been very organized, in terms of, organizing outreach by email, organizing, appearances at our meetings. I know that the one in the spring seemed, like they had, recruited folks to come, which is great. Please also bring that same pressure to bear on the school district. I think the best solution here is going to be a collaboration, and I don't know that they're feeling as the same level of impetus here as we are. And so, I think ultimately we're going to do the right thing, but it would be helpful to do it in partnership with the school.
Thank you. Yeah, I think that's a really good. All right, Mr. City Manager, do you have enough direction on this item?
Yes.
All right. We've been going for 3 hours. I'd like to take a 5-minute break so we can stretch and go to the bathroom and come back.
5 or 8.
What?
5 or 8.
Yeah, I mean, let's do it after the break.
8. It's
3 more
8:45.
items.
Thank you. Nice suggestion.
3 more
This is
items.
what gets us into trouble.
I know.
You know what I'm saying?
Why we had this conversation now, like, waiting for it. Like,
Right, before we move on to the next agenda item, city attorney and city manager whispered in my ear as I was heading out that they would like to memorialize the action items from our previous discussion so that we get them in the minutes so that it's very clear what the direction that we gave. Mr. City Manager, can you synthesize our discussion, or would you like?
Yes.
Thank you.
So I think the motion is to direct the city manager to reach out to Pasadena Unified School District regarding the development of a memorandum of understanding for a potential cost share agreement for crossing guards at Sierra Madre Elementary and the middle school, or just the elementary school? Where would you like to begin?
Elementary.
At Sierra Madre.
Right.
Do we just want to do the elementary, or do we want to do, if we're going to do an MOU with them, I think we should do
I think
both.
we should do both. We've gotten plenty of complaints about that intersection, and
Okay.
frankly, my personal experience is that intersection is way worse,
Yeah.
but.
Highland and Cannon has somebody there now.
Oh, from the school?
Yes.
Oh.
But it wouldn't hurt to memorialize that into some agreement.
Yeah.
Yeah, if we're gonna talk to the city, or the school board, we might as well.
Yeah.
Throw it all in.
Agreed.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
then one of the teachers, or teacher's aide, is currently doing one intersection there is one intersection
Oh,
that
right,
has the crossing guard.
the Hermosa intersection.
The one-way Hermosa and Highland, yeah.
Okay,
So both.
So both Sierra Madre Elementary School and Sierra Madre Middle School regarding a potential cost share agreement, and then to come back to the city council at the September 23rd meeting with a budget related to additional infrastructure improvements related to signage and painting and
Additional traffic control measures
Different
or
traffic control
different
measures.
pedestrian control measures. I'm open to.
As well as a time frame when those can be
yeah,
implemented.
and then to continue to report back on our progress if we haven't completed those conversations and budgets by the 23rd.
So you're suggesting making this, okay, so
Second.
moved, second. All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Love you guys. All right, let's go. These are serious items.
Yeah.
All right.
Good teamwork, guys.
Analyst Carlson, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Ordinance 1485 amends Municipal Code Chapter 15.60, also known as the Water Efficient Landscape Ordinance. The ordinance would add restrictions and prohibitions on artificial turf in public and in private landscaped areas. The Natural Resources Commission provided direction to staff, which is what you see in your ordinance. Specifically, artificial turf would be limited to 499 square feet or 10%, whichever is less, of landscape area on all private properties. Artificial turf would be prohibited on city-owned properties. Private property owners with existing artificial turf would be granted 5 years to comply, and existing artificial turf on public property would need to be removed after 2 years. The Natural Resources Commission based their recommendations after considering the benefits and detriments of artificial turf. Among the benefits is water conservation, the reduced need for landscape maintenance, aesthetics, which is somewhat subjective, and then durability and usability. The detriments that were discussed was that the artificial turf is generally made of petroleum-based project and its associated greenhouse gas implications. The heat idling effect, they looked at studies and examples where they would create up to 20% more heat than the ambient temperature on these fields or areas or yards. Drainage concerns, there would be increased volume and intensified runoff from these areas. Water pollution, especially in the parkway areas next to the curb and street, you would see a lot more bacteria and some of the metals that are included in our TMDLs like zinc and copper and those type of things. The soil health and the loss of habitat and biodiversity, and then chemical exposure with the artificial turf, particularly VOCs and PFAS. Staff is recommending that the City Council introduce Ordinance 1485, take public comment, and direct staff to make any adjustments to the ordinance and return to a future meeting if there is a need to consider this adoption. Thank you, and I'd be happy to answer any of your questions.
All right. Who would like to start with questions? Go ahead.
So I noticed there's, and for full disclosure, this issue came up first when I was the liaison to the Natural Resources Commission, and I feel like when we talked about it at that point, there seemed to be somewhat of a consensus among the commission that this would be a prospective only law, and so I'm wondering, so I have two questions. One, where that may have changed and what the factors were that put people on the route to recommending folks to have to actually remove existing. And then I think we got a public comment today that sort of raised the question about city-owned property on the baseball field. So I wondered what the approach would be with that.
The commission had 2 additional meetings, I believe, with Mayor Parkhurst as our liaison. They received some additional information on some of the environmental impacts of artificial turf. I think that's what got them to make a little bit more of a stricter rule. They understood.
Different than this report?
What's
Yeah,
that?
so this one requires you have to actually remove it.
No, I mean the reports that they heard that more cons, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Are they different than the report here? Because this one doesn't show.
That's the one that you have is the latest report that they reviewed.
Versus the one you saw previously.
Yeah.
Which is,
Okay,
Right.
got it.
As far as the city-owned property, and I was anticipating this question, and I don't want to obfuscate the definition of a parkway because we're going to be talking about that here in a second, but we're really talking about the artificial turf that's installed between the sidewalk and the curb. That was jumping out everybody's attention. They were seeing that throughout town. It does also include city-owned property, including parks, including baseball fields. I let the commission know that the Pony League had recently installed artificial turf on their infield area. It was only, I believe, 2 years old, and it was at great expense.
40,000.
Yes, at great expense. And I even gave them a little bit of the background, how they met individually with then city manager Reynoso and myself. We went over the specifications of the turf that they were getting. They did get some of the higher end stuff. And the drainage and pollution considerations didn't apply to a baseball field. The heat effect did, and the accumulation of bacteria, that still happened, but I gave them that background. They did not want to adjust their opinion going forward, so they understand that they are an advisory body, and this is their recommendation, and I'd be happy to take any adjustments you might want to do and bring it back to you.
I actually don't read this actual proposed ordinance to require removal in all city-owned property, because A, to your point, we still have to debate the meaning of parkway. A applies to parkway and says it has 2 years to be removed. C prohibits artificial turf on city-owned property outright, but does not have a removal requirement. So, sort of interpretation of law, I would interpret this to say that artificial turf on public parkway has to be removed after 2 years, but that the Pony Field is not parkway and that it would not require removal, but it could not be installed. Like they couldn't sort of reinstall or put more in or things like that. Is that the intent? I just want to make sure that I'm reading it the way it's supposed to be.
It was the end of the discussion, and they said, what about city-owned property? And I said, well, we've been talking about parkways, but it also applies to parks because that's city-owned. They did not want to have an exemption to a city's rule for the city.
Okay. Thank you.
Mayor.
Question.
What's the,
Do you have a response to that actual?
Just less of a response. I'm just looking at the version that's printed in the agenda packet. It looks different than the version that we had corresponded on.
You did include dates, and I believe I included the dates, but they didn't show up here.
Okay.
Because you wanted to put specific dates. When I read it, when it got posted, I noticed they were missing. but I also don't know what the date will be. You had some very specific dates mentioned here, and if this takes a couple meetings to pass in 30 days, I didn't really raise the flag on that.
Just another question to clarify. In the version I reviewed, there were edits to, for example, like the definition of, you added definition of artificial turf, but in this ordinance, it doesn't come up.
I was gonna ask the same thing.
Oh.
What's your definition of artificial turf? And do things like the playground that have a rubberized bottom, does that count as the same type of
There is a definition in the version we reviewed, but I
Yeah.
just don't see it in this ordinance is what I'm
This ordinance only has the 1560.060, which would be the addition.
not the amendments
Right.
to the rest.
Second question, was there negotiations or conversations, I should say, between Little League and the city, Jose, as well as Director of Public Works, Inez, about the T-ball area being turfed due to it being safer for the kids than what currently is there as a...
I specifically recall being at Heasley Field with Corey, City Manager Reynoso, Director Yanez, and he was talking about ideas. We had asked them to come up with a more formal plan, explaining that that would help them with their county grant, and we never got to that step. But I do remember him mentioning that.
And was there discussion in any part of this about safer products as mentioned in the letter from the, what's her name? Not her name, from the Turf Association, the Synthetic Turf Council on using safer products that wouldn't have the same concerns that were brought up?
There was not a lot of discussion. The commission really was not following her line of thinking. What we've really been looking at is 95 to 99% of the turf being the petroleum-based product with the low, it's not drainage and stuff like that. If there are brand new technologies of products, that's something maybe we should have looked at closer.
Because I know the legislation that you guys quoted also in the top, what is the policy that allows cities to make these changes? There, if I read it correctly, wasn't there exclusions for things like schools and parks where they would be using safer products?
Well, actually, that legislation simply allowed cities to pass restrictions on artificial turf. Before that, cities were not allowed to have their own rules about artificial turf. And that was altruistic. That was a water conservation movement, Just 2 years ago when I cited, now we have the ability, the freedom to consider our own.
And how is the product that the brand new playground, being a rubber product, any safer than, say, the turf?
Well, it wasn't defined as turf, for one thing. The heat island effect is less. The infiltration rate is probably about the same, but it is replacing relatively impermeable, thick sand surface or wood chip surface. All surfaces mentioned can, get pollutants, bacteria naturally occurring. Birds fly, animals, critters. You just don't want the bacteria not to be able to go into the soil as it naturally would.
So because I'm not a scientist, I don't understand. Can you explain in a layman's term why the product at the playground is any safer though than turf is?
As far as an environmental way, it's probably pretty similar, I would have to say, yeah, because it's petroleum based as well. It doesn't infiltrate.
I don't know that, so I don't know.
Yeah, it is.
Thanks.
Yeah, it's recycled tires.
Oh.
Same with the base of most artificial turf.
So, can I, I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I recall we did turf removal not too long ago and subsidized it, gave our residents. I know a lot of people did that turf removal and took the savings and put down turf. I don't know if this gentleman that emailed all of us was one of them, but we have a number of people that in good faith put a lot of turf down because they thought they were in keeping with our idea of, very radical kind of water conservation, which we were.
Lawn removal? I'm sorry, you said turf removal, so I was
Well, we
confused.
did turf removal, but a lot of people, because they had that paid for, bought turf and
Yeah,
replaced
to
it.
remove your lawn and put it in an alternative.
You mean natural turf replaced by
they
artificial
removed
turf.
natural turf and replaced it
sorry.
with.
Me too.
Yeah, sorry.
It's okay.
And so the question I have is, do we know how many people will be affected by this who they're playing ball with us on water conservation?
We can go back to those numbers, considering, I don't know that we did actually a post-inspection to make sure that they did what they said they were going to do. And you're correct, artificial turf did qualify as a replacement. I would have to go back to see who did the natural xeriscaping versus who went and got the artificial turf. The commission really understood that a lot of people did this in good faith and working with the city to cut down on water use.
Right.
I believe that they have come to the realization that they just didn't realize the environmental impacts of destroying the soil that's underneath the artificial turf.
How long does this artificial turf last? Is this like plastic bottles and it's thousands of years, or is it have a shorter wear and tear time on it?
We discussed this a bit, and management analyst Lozic did provide with some data, and it varies a bit. 10 to 12 years is about an average. What the Pony League invested in would be expected to last longer. It's much higher quality. And then the turf would be rolled up and recycled or landfilled afterwards.
Okay.
To the point that about to expand on Councilmember Goss's question, do we have a sense how pervasive this is in the city? I mean, I'm not asking for a database or anything specific, but just sort of in general, like, do we feel like this is a major problem, like so much of the city is covered by artificial turf, or is this more sort of concern about kind of changing course in terms of what we were recommending, given that we previously probably recommended this in terms of water conservation?
Sure.
We flat out did.
Yeah, I
Flat
know,
out did
exactly.
recommend.
And I really wish I had more formal data.
Right.
But the anecdotal, myself living in town, Eric riding his bike through town all the time, we're seeing it pop up a lot more than we used to.
Yep.
In recent times?
Yes, in recent times.
You're
in the
saying
last
Conserving water.
Yeah.
Like we
Okay.
told them to do.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sure. So a lot of discussion in the staff report about VOCs and PFAS. Obviously, we don't want PFAS getting into our water table, but we're hearing that it's not permeable, so that's not an issue. But the concern is we're trying to save people from themselves, kind of. Like, it's, if children are playing on it in their yard, they could get these chemicals.
Well, back to the VOCs and the PFAS, if they're not going into the ground, they're going into our MS4.
Okay.
And you understand how difficult and expensive stormwater compliance can be.
Yeah.
And same with the bacteria and the metals. If we are adding loading to these pollutants, it's going to cost us much more to comply with our watershed management plan. And when it gets into the watershed, when it gets into the unlined areas of Rio Hondo, then it does get into the water table.
So when it says many of these contain, do we know?
I was conservative with that. You know, when I was looking, I didn't want to come up and say that it all does.
All does, okay.
Right.
But primarily it has these things? In general. Okay.
Have the other cities around us adopted the same policies?
No, it's the ability to do so is only about 2 years old. We did a little bit of research, and I think that there was up in Ventura County. It's one of the smaller cities. There's only a few cities in Ventura County anyhow. And then our management analyst noted that the city of San Diego is considering it right now, and not prohibiting it, but a restriction similar to what we were trying to think of.
So what's prohibiting somebody from taking existing landscaping out and putting a pad of concrete, which was not permeable?
That's the impetus for the 499 square foot rule. I did not want to conflate these two things with LID. If somebody puts in 500 square feet of new impermeable concrete, it's very expensive and very onerous to them to meet that low income development requirements. They would have to retain otherwise away from the new impervious area.
But we will continue to allow 499 square feet.
I didn't want to get them mixed up is really what I was trying to do there.
Do we have any, I know we don't necessarily have a liability, but do we have any onus to, if we have to remove it within 2 years from the pony, we'd have to what's the cost upon us to create a better mound that doesn't create a bounce? Is there, and also the fact that they fundraised $40,000 that we rip out.
I have 3 points here. I was going to hold them for discussion, but since you're raising them, the first is, generally speaking, when an otherwise allowed use is all of a sudden prohibited, the safest approach is to phase it out so that you create an amortization schedule based on that the investment-backed expectation in whatever that item is that's been invested in. So now what that number is, you'll have to determine for yourselves. But when you're thinking about what the appropriate phase-out period is, you should think about what the investment-backed expectation is for this item. So like, what is the useful life of that item? And obviously there's grades to the quality.
You're saying phase out of existing, not phase in the prohibition. I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing.
I'm saying phasing out the existing, and so that brings me to the second point, which is the way it's currently worded. The last sentence of A and B say, and may remain for a maximum of 2 years after adoption of code amendment, and the other one says may remain for a maximum of 5 years after adoption of a code amendment. The two clarifications I'd make on this one is, first, for the benefit of the property owner, be clear that it shall be removed at the owner's expense, and then state a specific date, because if you're not going to state a specific date, you're asking the property owner to do math, which is they got to find out when the ordinance was adopted, and then they have to go back and calculate, okay, first of all, it's adopted at a certain date, and then it takes effect 30 days thereafter, and then, so I would say put a specific date in there. What I had suggested based on those numbers was January 1st, 2028, and January 1st, 5 years after, it's like 2031. If you wanted to include specific dates. And then the last point was generally these types of ordinances are more enforceable when they're specifically defined. So I think it would warrant adding that definition of artificial turf. Would be my last point.
And public parkway?
Well,
That's taking
that's,
that.
yeah, that's, yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Yeah.
Any other questions?
It's not otherwise defined.
No other questions, no.
So,
Want to wait for discussion?
yeah, maybe it's discussion. Yeah,
You can still ask questions during discussion.
I can.
All right, let's go ahead and open it up for public comment. Are there any public comment?
Mr. Mayor, the city clerk's office received 3 emails in advance of this meeting and forwarded them to the city council. However, we have not received any speaker cards from any of the audience members.
All right, thank you. Go ahead and close public comment and open it up for discussion. So, let me, on this one, I'm going to take a stab at this. I think I'm hearing some of the thoughts on it, and I'll add it with some of my own. I think it's right that we've had this, we've encouraged folks to put this turf in. So I think that asking them now to remove it, is problematic. At the same time, I think it would be surprise no one that I'm not a fan of this. I think that that the environmental impacts has been demonstrated is negative on multiple levels. I almost think we need to segregate the conversation between the public areas and the private areas. My thought on the private areas is just to ban it going forward and grandfather what's there. That's kind of where I would start, to say, you know what, let's not look at the time frame, let's not try to, as the city attorney say, do math and say, well, it's 12 years since installation or whatever it is, and now you have to go figure out when the person who owned the house before you actually installed it. It's just like, look, there's no more can be installed. So that's thing one. On the public one, that's much harder. I think the Pony League poses a really interesting challenge, a thorny issue on that one. So I'm not sure I can throw anything out right away on that one.
I don't think that there is a difference. I think that if the city has put it in, or the city tenants of sorts have put it in, then I don't know why we would treat them differently than the homeowner.
Mm-hmm.
Especially since, in that particular case, they did it with the, I don't know if there was a permit exactly, but they certainly did it with the, awareness and, awareness and
encouragement.
premature of the city. So I really don't think that we can pull the turf out from under them.
Nope. So maybe I'm just the different one that I'm looking at how products are changing so frequently now, and if it's because we find it unhealthy and because of these impacts, then why did we just install a rubberized product onto our brand new playgrounds? At both playgrounds we have them, at actually 3 of them we have them. Why do we do, these other products? You look at all of our fields and our sports at PHS and all of our other schools and sports complexes, and some have a certain percentage of turf and some don't. Like, for instance, if it's just the mound, is it that imperative? But is it stopping the ball from annihilating a pitcher? Probably. Or softball player right now.
Most football fields are turf.
Yeah. Looking at, like, say, the Little League, there's a reason that maybe it's safer and better to have that, a product that's being upgraded and tested with new products versus the old-fashioned turf that we do see as harmful. So I'm not apt to jump at these restrictions at all. One, I agree that we've told people to do this and it's better for them, and if the Walsworths have brought their water usage down to 5 or 6 from 25, and they did it because it's better for us and better for our environment and helping us, and then we're now like, okay, at your expense, tear it out.
Well, that's right.
But it's not better for the environment. I mean, I think we see the information that
My
is
point is also, though, that we have rubberized tires still. We just installed a brand new playground with rubber.
So
why can we say you can't have it at your house, but we can put it on a playground? It's the same type of product. It's just turf.
If we start going down that line,
I'm going down that line.
Okay, but then I'll just keep going. So
Okay.
now we need to have permeable pavement throughout all parking lots forever, wherever we need, because
Okay.
now we need to have infiltration of water in the parking lots, because there are products out there that can have permeable parking lots.
If you have the funding for us, go ahead.
But that's the thing. It's like this is around turf. I'm happy to go and expand.
I don't agree with it. I'll just say it that way. I don't agree with any part of it. I don't think we should make it resistant for public land right now, and nor especially right now, 2 years after we've told people to change to turf and become conservative. We now tell you we're going to create this, whether you phase it out or not. We've told them to redo their whole landscaping and do this.
We did.
And then now we're like, okay, now you can't do that anymore.
But we didn't do it 2 years ago. I mean, I think this has been a longer thing, hasn't
I
it?
don't think it was. I think we had the program still up until 2 years ago.
I don't know the timing.
When you're
I'm
mayor,
very
we
sure.
applauded Dapper, right?
Yep. I was out there.
Yeah, we did the
Yeah, we did the-
ribbon cutting for the whole project.
And I'm struggling with, like, I get, if it is, maybe it can be, to your point, healthier in the future, and we've banned something that is okay. And also, why is 499 square feet okay and not 501, right? Because it has VOCs and all that stuff anyway. So if everybody had 499 square foot, we're not solving the problem here.
Great.
I understand we're trying to chip away at the problem, but I don't think this is good. For me, it's not good policy. It's not good law. And without a grandfather clause, I am definitely a nay. I'm just saying that. Like, absolutely, there's.
Well,
I'm the same way. I mean, grandfather just.
Well, the fact of the matter is, on the stuff that's already there, that ship has sailed on the manufacturing, and it already exists, and so it's going to have to.
It's already been made.
It's already been made. It's already going to have to be disposed of. Like, there's no benefit at this point to making people rip it out, and in fact, that may actually cause. I mean, I don't know. There's probably arguments both ways, but I think maybe a way to like, I mean, I know, I hear Mayor Pro Tem is just a no. But in terms of the point about future technology, you know, per the letter that was delivered to the Natural Resource Commission, if there's a way to define what we're looking to prevent and define artificial turf in a way that addresses the material that we're concerned about, then if something does come in the future that doesn't actually tick those boxes, then it wouldn't be, quote, artificial turf. You know, to your point about needing a definition, if our concern is petroleum-based product that non-permeable, harbors bacteria, sort of like ticks off the concerns that we have, and that's what the artificial turf that we're banning is, then I think it would allow for the flexibility for that innovation down the line. Now, whether that product has its own problems is probably going to be the case, but like,
Is there,
you know, we'll
is
do
there
it.
an independent organization that would have that? Because I like where you're going with it, but you know, if it's a synthetic turf, if it's the synthetic turf organization that's coming up with, and they're doing the LCA and they're saying that this is all better or this is all meets it, like that's like I'm
not
where I'm
looking for-
struggling with is like how do you, what criteria do you use and what do you point to, and do we ask our analyst or do we ask the Natural Resources Commission to come up with a criteria? I think that's where I struggle. It's like I love the idea of the criteria, but I just don't know. Like I wonder how complex it is and how easy it is to have that.
I mean, I feel like we have a set of concerns that prompted this, and that to me would be the concerns that would craft the parameters around the definition. Like, and if we, you know, again, this is a living, breathing, as we well know, you know, municipal code, and so we can certainly revisit to the extent that new science comes out or new products come out. That would be my suggestion to sort of.
EPA and yeah, and the other part of that too, just I really feel like a hypocrite saying, well, we can restrict turf because we have legislation allowing us to do that, but last year we just put in like I said, we just put in rubberized playgrounds.
Well, the reason for that, though.
But you can't do it, but we just
that's-
did it.
But that is a safety issue. That's not a.
But it's
The water conservation issue is separate from a safety issue.
I agree, but what I
There's nothing you can put in like rubber that's going to have the same impact for a child who, you know, falls on their head.
And the size of it is small. I mean, we're looking at, I mean, how big are these areas that we
More
have?
than 499 square feet.
It's more than 499 square feet, I can tell you that.
The one at Sierra Vista.
Yeah. But I
Well,
still
and
feel
at
like
Memorial Park.
that it's by definition the turf is what we're allowed to restrict, but cities such as ourselves literally last year paid money to put this in. So, and if it's an environmental impact, to me, I don't feel comfortable restricting something from anybody else when we just did it.
I
So-
hear
so
you, but
then-
we
so
did
then
it
we-
before I hear you, and there is a level of having it both ways, but this wasn't an ordinance. I don't know, there's lots of things
Yeah.
that we're doing today that we wouldn't do next week if we passed an ordinance.
I mean, is there an alternative to, I mean, what's the alternative to the rubberized?
I don't know, it's not I'm not,
But we're,
I'm
but,
not an
but you're,
expert.
but
you see what I'm saying? You're saying, so why is it okay then to have it there?
Can I just say, this the turf that I'm familiar with, and we're not talking about rubberized stuff, the green turf that you see people putting in, it has problems. I've been reading about them for quite a long time, before this came to us. It does have a lot of problems from an environmental point of view. And we have people who've invested a lot of money and time in putting it in. So I like your first idea. I like grandfathering everybody and everything. And I would ban it too. I would start from day one. Just don't put this kind of turf in, and define it properly. So if new technology comes along, it's permeable, it's not doesn't have the VOCs and all that, then they could use it because it would meet the criteria of the ordinance. So that's why
How's
I'm-
that become enforceable, though? I mean, how do we know that? I mean, that's another issue.
Well, I guess the question is there a standard on it? Like, if you could point to an ASTM standard or something like that, then it'd be really easy. It's like, okay, it has to meet whatever that standard is.
You aren't asking that
I'm
question.
I'm asking.
You're not asking will the definition be enforceable under law. You're asking like, how does code enforcement Silva like walk
thank you.
around town
No,
and
I
decide
see.
who did when,
Oh,
who did what
yeah,
when?
And having ordinances that are non-enforceable, to me, is just a huge waste of
Well,
time.
I mean, non-enforceable is different than, I mean, a lot of our ordinances don't get enforced. That doesn't mean they're not enforceable.
understand.
Well, that's a good question. I hadn't thought about
Well,
that.
you know what, I think we've got a reaction from Senior Planner Wolf back there. I'm wondering if he might be able, I'm just wondering if, do you or Director Lynn have an idea of like, is there a way to, and I hate to put you on the spot, but I'm curious, you guys are dealing with this all the time. People would come to you, you'd have to deal with lid and all these other things. Is there?
Do you, if you redo your yard, you don't have to get a permit to get
No, I don't
redo.
think you do. So I guess
I think that's
yes.
Councilmember Garcia's point.
Are you gonna tell people you can or can't do it?
All right.
They don't have an opinion.
Nope.
Yep, that's clear. That's
fine.
Thank you. I didn't want to step on the planners, but obviously, anything that the code enforcement can see, that's one thing. Anything that comes for a discretionary permit, including a plan check, it can be checked for this. When I check the plan checks for lid or otherwise, I look at if it's going to be new or keep the existing landscape. We could put a condition that it can't be artificial turf. If they don't need a permit for anything and they're in the backyard, we would not be able to know if they did this or not.
Right.
That's true of most of our.
Yeah. So that to me isn't a reason not to do it, because we've got, if we did that, if we held that standard, there'd be a lot of the ordinances that we wouldn't adopt.
The people that follow the rules can't have it, but the people that don't follow the rules can have it.
Well, until they get caught, right? Until someone finds it, and so.
So we're gonna have people out there policing each other's backyards?
Well, we
after
don't not create laws because people don't abide by them. I mean, I don't like the idea that we don't do laws because people don't follow them.
No, I'm just saying the enforcement part, like, I agree.
I don't know. The only thing I feel strongly about is that we're not requiring people to tear stuff up. I'm with you. Like that, like
No,
I am not against prohibiting them and going forward, but I think, as people have said, I agree that it has to be fully grandfathered if you have it in today, or as soon as it's enforceable.
And until I understood the detriments of turf that's in the report, I was like, whatever. This isn't, it wasn't a big deal. My wife has approached me before, says, let's put in artificial turf, and until I learned about it, I didn't realize how bad it was. I mean, when you start looking at it, you look at just the PFAS alone is enough for me to go, that's going to cost us money in the future, right? That's the thing that worries me is there's some of these things that are going to put a burden on the city in the future. Like the PFAS cost that we've got is, I don't know what we've had to put in equipment at the yard to deal with PFAS, right? And if we don't take a stand on something like this, we are actually creating a problem for us in the future. We're creating not only this, but an MS4 permit issue. So that to me is like, it starts to push me over to the side of, I think we need to find a way forward on this.
I'm just concerned that, as a father, I had lawn and I took it out because of the drought. And I was sad for that day because my kids couldn't run and play and catch, and because now they have sage bushes and mallow and all this, or California only, because I didn't want to have what is it that the monarch butterfly? The wrong kind of milkweed, because then it interrupts the migration patterns. A lot of people want milkweed, and they say, because no, if you have the wrong milkweed, it'll interrupt the migration patterns of the monarch butterfly, and you shouldn't do that. But kids and people and dogs want a place to recreate on their property, and you can't do that. It's not fun doing that on asphalt or dirt or through sage bushes. So some people want to have a choice to have turf to do turf type activities on, and I appreciate that. So I'm struggling with this for that purpose, because there's no other substitute. I guess a park. You could go to a park.
I don't know if that's true that there's nothing else. I mean, I walk around town and I see plenty of people who have alternative, I don't think it's milkweed, alternative ground cover that, is pretty close. I've been trying to lobby my own family to get rid of our front yard and put in some of this alternative stuff. And so look, I'm not telling people what they have to do to their lawns, and I appreciate your point. But frankly, if you have pets, you should not get turf, because I keep my dogs off of anybody's turf because, you know, there's no,
Yeah.
it's hard to clean, and then if there's already bacteria, I mean, you shouldn't be having dog waste on turf.
Right.
But the whole management analyst Carlson, a couple of things. One is it was nice to see a staff report of our strategic plan embedded in there. That was fantastic, and talking about our stormwater issue. You know, but if I mean, it's going downstream, and if nobody else is doing what we're doing, you know, again,
Well, I guess it's a good question. Are there other cities that are doing it? Is it?
Ventura is, and one in San
One
Diego's
small city in
analyzing it.
Ventura.
Remember
Yeah.
I asked that question?
Yeah, I mentioned it's very limited right now. We didn't find a whole lot when we did our survey and stuff.
And I'll
Or
tell
our
you
research.
why, because most people still associate it with water conservation, right?
Yeah.
And that's still big.
And maybe it's different because we're not in a drought right now.
Yeah.
What would be
So-
the difference of, we were in drought right now?
So since we can't control it, I mean, I'm trying to figure out the right way. Like there's an education component to it, because I can say talk about my own journey on this was that my whole eyes were opened up when I saw all of the issues associated with it.
I'm all for education and discouragement and all of that, but making it an ordinance, I'm still, it's hard for me. A law.
So what if we did that? What if we say that it is strongly discouraged? You know, like
Then it's not an ordinance, I mean, it's
well,
a
I know, I
resolution.
understand that. We turn it to resolution. We take it back and turn it to resolution, and it's like, I mean, can we, you know, how close can we get to the ordinance side of a resolution, right? Is that it's very strongly discouraged, and I'll take it almost to the point of, you know, how bad do you have to make the disclaimer on the pack of cigarettes to get people not to do it? Like that's the. I'm going a little bit far in that, but that's kind of
I'm gonna
like.
guess that our resolution on this will go as far as the county's resolution on asking the state to fund our wildlife specialist. Remember, the county made a big fanfare about how they passed a resolution supporting the need to fund that, and the state said, great, thanks, but no. So I mean, look, I'm being cynical, but I don't.
Yeah, no.
I mean, we can have directionally, and I think, you know, you're right, the education aspect is super important, because I think you're right, most people don't have any idea the downsides of this. They only know it as drought help.
Mayor?
And that's probably a great marketing campaign by this woman's organization.
Right.
Yes. Yes.
Maybe a resolution would be helpful in this case, because the way management analyst Carlson said he'd implement it is through conditions of approval. Through conditions of approval, we have a lot of discretion. And so if there was a policy in place that said that the city is going to discourage or prohibit the use of artificial turf, then through the implementation of the conditions of approval, I don't see why he couldn't try to implement the resolution adopted by the city council and force the applicant to pursue some kind of alternative to artificial turf.
I was thinking if there could be a resolution that specifically defines the use of artificial turf as to be counted for new impervious surfaces for the calculations of lid.
Oh.
Oh. I love the way you think.
Yeah, that's really creative. I like that.
So if we go that route to change it from an ordinance to a resolution and to consider it for lid, then it has to go back, because we're going to need to have a resolution to. Do we have to vote on the resolution? I always forget this. Then the ordinance. Yes, we do. Okay.
Well, this wasn't gonna be enacted tonight, no matter what. I mean, there needed to be all sorts of changes. So I don't think
understand.
it changes the timing, really.
No. I was thinking process more than timing. Thank you, though. All right. So are we then in agreement of turning this into a resolution, making it strongly discouraged, and including in the lid? Is that something that we can get behind?
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Great. Do we need to vote on it, or is that guidance enough to take it back?
I think probably, again, best to formalize the motion,
Okay.
formalize the guidance.
All right.
Through a motion.
Who would like to make a motion to that?
What he said, I'll move.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right. All right, so now we're on to the municipal code chapter. Attorney Garagosian, before you dive into this, I'd like a point of clarification on it. So I'm seeing 3 sections on this. I think it's 3 sections, 3 issues. The issue of the regulation of signs and right-of-ways, and the issue of regulation of election and political signs came before us twice before, once in December and once in February. Is there a reason why we need to be giving guidance again for a 3rd time on those, or can we limit this discussion to the regulation of murals?
Well, staff tried to go back and watch the videos of the meetings to determine what the direction was, and the notes that staff took didn't provide at least me with enough guidance on what to do.
Is that why you're asking us to provide recommendations and motions now?
So I didn't receive enough guidance, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't know what the ultimate decision was of the council. Individual council members expressed perspectives, but I don't know what the will of the council was.
Okay. So before we dive in this item, it would be really helpful if going forward, we were able to create a process or direction so that something doesn't have to come back to us for a discussion 3 times. It's a waste of your time, it's a waste for our time, and it's 9:30 at night, and you're not going to get a lot of really good comment out of us at this hour.
Noted.
So with that in mind, let's start with murals, because it's the newest issue. Let's start with that one.
I just have a question about that. Did that come up because the woman stood up in public comment and said that she'd heard that the owner of the building that houses Happy's was willing to put a mural on the side of the building? Is that where this is coming from?
No, there was an application to the city staff about potentially putting up a mural.
At that location?
Yes. And I think you were missing from the meeting when we discussed it.
I'm pretty sure I heard subsequently that the information that citizen had is categorically wrong, that the owner of that building has 0 interest in putting a mural on that building.
That's not my understanding either.
That's not my understanding either.
Then I think maybe we clarify that before we go down any mural policy road, because I think there's some confusion about this, so I don't know.
So do we have information about, has an application or an inquiry been made about a mural on any private buildings in town?
Planning staff can address that question.
Senior Planner Wolf, thank you.
Thank you for the questions. I want to clarify that this did spawn from the public comment that was received to City Council on the installation of a mural. And that person had come back to City Hall to ask for how to apply for a mural, and city staff did not see any path or route on how to apply for a mural. That was all despite the internal struggles of whether the property owner was consenting to it. It was just finding in fact that we do not have a pathway for anyone to put a mural up.
Okay.
And in the absence of a law prohibiting it, there's nothing regulating it. So there would be nothing stopping someone from putting up a mural in a highly visible part of the city on an existing structure. So jumping into the staff report then, we have a procedure in place for murals as part of a development. What we don't have is a procedure for murals on existing structures. Not uncommon. A lot of small cities don't have regulations like that. Bigger cities like Arcadia and Glendale do, and the place they put that mural regulation is in the sign ordinance. So the first question we're posing to council is, do you want us to have regulations in this city regarding murals? And if you want, you can answer all questions at the end, or we could take them piece by piece.
Should we just carve out murals for right now?
Sure.
Okay. Thoughts?
What does the language say for?
Are we in questioning, or are we?
Thank you. I think we're in questioning mode on the regulation of murals.
What does the regulation say currently about new murals on new development then, or on new structures?
There's the Art in Public Places program that requires property owners developing their sites to install artwork, which can be a mural. It's one option. Yeah.
And what does it say about that, though? I mean, does it have regulations on what it can look like? or
Yes,
anything
yes.
like that?
There's certain criteria that a mural is.
But we weren't given that. We're here yet?
No.
Okay, okay.
Because I don't even know as a threshold matter whether or not the city council would want the planning commission to consider having standards for murals.
Okay.
And so do you know what any of those criteria are?
Well, we've already met internally as staff, and we thought the most appropriate place is in the sign ordinance. There's a section about creative signs, and the section on creative signs and the criteria to evaluate whether or not to install creative signs is appropriate for the use of murals, we think, and that's where we put it. That's where we'd propose to put it, and the planning commission will evaluate that.
In the current code for new development and definition of murals, is there criteria there, objective criteria on what can be in a mural?
Yes.
Do we know what those are?
There's a way to evaluate it. I'd have to look at the code.
Okay.
I mean, as a threat, okay, we're not in discussion, never mind.
All right. I'm going to separate these whole things. I don't know if we have to do we have to do that as a vote of the commission to separate 2 from 1 and 3?
No,
All right.
it's your call, Mayor.
Still in questions though, right? We're not.
Yes.
Well, no, but I was going to that point, if
Who's
there
gonna
were,
move forward?
Oh, you tried to
That's-
create that separate, as a separate agenda item?
yes, to try to
Bifurcate.
nail one out.
Okay, sure.
Okay. So if there's no more questions on murals, are there any public comments? I'll go ahead and close public comments, move us to discussion. Thoughts?
It does worry me that then there's no process, so if someone wanted to put up, some naked woman across the town or something, like, not great, you could put it up on the wall right now.
But
I don't know. I just have this, like, we have lots of things to worry about, and I feel like we're looking for problems to solve. Like,
I would just say adopt the same language that we already use for new buildings. or
I
new
just feel like the
structures.
planning commission has plenty on their agenda, and considering mural stuff, like, which is never, I hear you, but we never would have even known this was a concern if someone hadn't.
I just worry, like for instance, when we do T-shirt designs for 4th of July committee, and one year we had one that was so, like, oh my gosh, that person probably was
yeah, go ahead.
taking something, and you're like, and this is our T-shirt for a parade, but that's a group. So if we have no regulations, then right now, if they decide to do a mural, they can do whatever their artistic desire is.
How many locations really are there? I mean, you could do it at Happy's, you could do it at Pentorium Cleaners, maybe at the Cancer Advice Center.
We could put one up on the B of A building.
Yeah.
Library. Temporary library.
Well, they're planning on wrapping the
commission one.
barn.
I mean, look, I have long been championing, especially with the Tesla charging station, using that wall at Happy's, but I've been repeatedly rebuffed. I mean, like, look, I would love to have a more robust, and where's David Gordon when you need him? Like a very much more robust supportive arts program, visual arts program in the city, but there doesn't seem to be any appetite, which then leads me to think that they're not putting up, pictures of Angeline on the side of the building. We're so old.
Totally.
I actually remember that.
Of course we do.
That was a billboard.
Yeah.
Clearly off the rails. Okay, so this is a solution in search of a problem almost.
Okay.
That's right. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
All right. So what I'm hearing is that, okay, we're done with issue 2. So,
3 is next. It's easy, I think.
all right, great.
3?
It's political
Regulation
science.
of election and political signs, based on the research and, we have to open it up for questions first.
Yeah, yeah, thank you.
Do you want to make a motion on number 2 then?
If
Or
the-
just wait till the end?
All right.
However you want to do it, Mayor.
We'll make a, actually,
Move on.
let's nail number 2. So,
Okay.
does someone have a motion?
I move that we direct staff not to address this issue.
Great.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Aye.
Great. All right. on to election and political signs. Is there any background or guidance you want to give us?
Only
Mr.
that the laws changed. The mural ordinance, when adopted, was in 2003. The laws changed since 2015, and now I think our ordinance on election signs and political signs are content-based regulations and wouldn't withstand strict scrutiny under the First Amendment if they were challenged.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that we can't carve out election and political signs from other signs.
Correct. We would regulate them as signs.
Right.
And we could have whatever limitations in place that the planning commission thinks is appropriate, and then, but not specific carve-outs for them, correct? Based on their content.
Like no bond for deposit for removal. such and
So
such, right?
is there anything about time-based signs?
Time-based is content neutral. You can have regulations regarding time.
But you have to make it universal, correct?
No, I understand that. Yeah, that's
So
clear to
that
me.
include Little League signs and our park signs.
Garage
Correct.
sale
Read-
signs.
And our read as you, our park ones, like, it says read as you, like, you know, like you walk around and you read the library.
That's an art installation.
Oh,
That's
not
public
a sign.
property, and public property, and
Yeah,
it's a park.
But this wouldn't apply to signs on public property.
okay.
So yeah, I mean, what I was trying to drive at was time-based signs, right?
Yes.
It's about a sign up for AYSO. It is,
Stars.
yeah,
My
yeah,
kid's
exactly.
an all-star. My kid graduated 2025. Those would all be included. You'd have to regulate those times.
If you're going to regulate time, you would have to regulate them all.
What concern are we, okay, this is discussion maybe, so now I'll move on.
I agree.
You could
That was
ask
a
that.
question.
That's actually a question. You could ask
Well,
that.
I mean, it's not, because it's a policy question. What concern are we addressing? Do we think that people are oversigned and like people are complaining that people leave up their 2016 graduate sign for 9 years? I mean, I don't understand what.
So
I mean, I
but
know- I
let's
do
let's
know where
ask
this
that
is
to the
coming.
city attorney.
No,
So,
I actually
yeah.
do know where this is coming from,
Well,
but I just don't think we have a sign problem.
The election and political signs were expressly brought up by the city council and discussed. And the time-based restrictions exist for political signs, but you can't have them specifically for political signs, so they would have to apply to all signs if you want to include time-based restrictions.
So you have to come and get a bond if you're going to put up political signs. So that would mean that if you wanted to put up any signs in town, that you'd have to come and get a bond for it.
According to the
You-
staff
you-
report, the bond is probably unconstitutional.
Yes.
The bond
Right.
itself,
Oh,
probably you
that's
couldn't do,
what
yeah,
I
that,
thought.
I think that's gonna be a prior restriction on speech.
Yep.
Okay.
I hated that bond.
And I don't think we
I also don't think our
enforce it
residents have
in the
any
city.
problem cleaning off our signs from
Do we
their
still
yard,
enforce them?
so.
Oh, we do still.
Let's take care of that.
Or calling me to come and pick it up.
All right.
Public comment?
Comment?
Public comment.
It's okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
No speaker cards, Mr. Mayor.
All right. We'll close public comment, bring back for discussion.
I move that we eliminate bond requirements for political signs.
I think we have to remove all of the.
And timing.
And
The
timing.
political specific election
Right.
regulations.
All political specific election regulations.
Including timing of any signs.
So
Sorry.
So that means, just to clarify, that means there's no requirements on any of the signs?
Nope.
Right.
Well,
All right.
There
Well,
are, no, there are sign
free country.
requirements now.
There are limitations on, correct,
And
size,
size.
number, things like that
How
maybe,
close it
but.
could be to blocking traffic.
One
Right.
of the issues was number during the political, that's why, one of the reasons it came up during political signs was the number of signs. Well, no, we still have a number of signs.
A number, like for what? Like, what do you mean? Like, I can
You
only
can't
have 4
have
signs
enough.
in my yard?
You can't have
There
enough
was a
political
restriction in there.
speech.
I thought it was,
number of
that
signs.
it had to be far enough away from the curb.
No, there was one on
That's also
signs. It's
That
like
was another
2
issue.
signs. You can only have 2 per
Parkways.
yard, just no one polices that.
Oh.
2 per yard.
Is that in the code right now?
That's actually
Yes.
in our,
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to go on the
Yes.
record. We might have, a candidate in this town might have 200-300 signs up across the entire city. Think of all the commercial messages a person and all the messages they're getting in their phone in the course of a day. Those signs are competing with all the other speech they're seeing. And so what we're saying, what I believe is political speech we should have as much of it as possible. You should encourage it at all levels, get rid of all impediments to it.
And in a national election year, there's way more than 3 candidates / issues / I mean, like, so if you have a situation where you can only have 2
You have to put 'em all on
signs
one
in your
sign.
yard, it's like you have to figure out the 2
Right.
races you care about or the 2 issues you
Exactly.
care about. You could, like, you couldn't run for council and be a proponent of a bond, you know, a bond measure or other measure we had on the ballot, because then, you know, you'd maybe not be able to put up everybody's sign.
I make a motion then to remove SMMC 17.72030K and 17.72030L.
I would like maybe to send it back to planning to
Oh, okay.
consider,
Okay.
because I have not read this, and I would hate to do a bunch of like, you know, unintended
Okay.
consequences. I mean, I don't know that, like, there aren't some
Well-
sign, I wouldn't want to get rid of the size, for example.
No, but I
You
don't
know,
think we
put
need
a
to.
billboard in their yard.
I don't think we need to send it back to planning if it's something that's not legal anymore.
Well, it will regardless go to planning, because any amendment
Okay.
to the zoning code
Oh,
has to
okay.
go through planning.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great.
So we'll send it back to planning.
City Attorney, just to clarify, I heard a motion to eliminate election sign bonds, motion made by Councilmember Goss, and requirements on time restrictions, seconded by Councilmember Garcia. I didn't hear the vote.
We didn't have,
We didn't, we stopped.
we went back to discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think,
We have a motion and a
Because we
second,
have
so
to
we
go
have to,
back.
we either have to take the, get rid of the motion, or we have to,
So it either dies or you,
I didn't finish my second, actually, I said second, and then
Okay.
the mayor stepped in.
Just ask Councilmember Goss if he
Yeah,
wants to
let's-
withdraw his
let's-
motion for the moment.
So would you like us to make a motion to send this to planning commission?
Well, we want to give them guidance.
yeah, we
I
definitely
know,
need to
I
give
know,
them
but
guidance.
that's what
Yeah, and-
you need.
and I-
So I'll
think-
withdraw my motion for him.
Okay.
Thank you.
And I think everything you're all saying would be covered if
Okay.
the direction was remove the specific regulations related to election and political signs. If that was removed, that would address the bonding, that would address the, you know, all the number of days.
We still have a number of signs as an issue.
Right, is the number of signs related to election,
I mean, honestly,
election?
I'd
No, it's
like,
related to
I'd like to
written
hear
signs.
public comment on this. We're assuming that, like, I'm
Right,
fine
right.
putting 17 signs in my yard, but that doesn't mean that my neighbors wanna see it. So I think we should give the public real opportunity to, like, be heard on this. Like, maybe somebody lives next door to somebody who has 1,000 signs, and they prefer they don't.
Like the election when they put them all in front of,
That was what.
Yes, that was good.
awesome.
So then, let's see if I've got it. So we want to remove the restrictions on election signs. That's very clear. Yeah, political signs, political and election signs, thank you. And we'd like the planning commission to come back with an analysis and recommendation around number of signs.
Second.
Okay. I don't know that I can make a motion, but,
You can.
all right. So we've got a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right. We are now at the point of future agenda items.
No, we're at
One more
one.
issue.
Are we just
Yeah,
not
one more.
talking
What?
about one?
Parkways.
What am I missing?
Regulation of signs and right-ways, what, signs in a right-of-way.
I didn't actually cover right-of-way. Sorry. Thank you. You guys keep me honest.
I think we should just include this in our recommendation that we just did.
Can we recommend, though, that they clean it up because we don't have, it is not clear what constitutes a parkway.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Uh,
If they're gonna be looking at the sign, if planning is gonna be looking at the
Mhm.
sign ordinance, they should add a definition.
Because
That's
this has
the
to,
request from staff is, the questions we received from you at the last meeting were who maintains the parkways and why, and the homeowner's right of use of the parkway, and what is a parkway. So I think if we receive direction from the city council regarding creating definitions for a parkway and right-of-way, we've addressed the issue.
Okay. Entertain a motion on that?
so moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
That was
Are we
easy.
okay with future agenda? All right.
God, I don't even remember anything anymore.
Do we have any future agenda items? Yes.
And I just
Yes.
forgot what it was.
I know, right?
What was it?
I know mine.
Oh, I'd like to agendize a discussion of upgrading our Public Works Department software.
Yes.
So-
Software management system, I think is what it was called. Management,
I have one in the same vein.
Project management.
Okay.
project management.
So, our city uses Microsoft Office, City Manager? No?
26,
2016.
Whoa.
I think we should also look, because of efficiencies, right? We want our city to be efficient and work well. That's the point of your future agenda item. And I don't know if it's the same thing, but we saved some money on phone. I tried to do my own independent research on cost, but Office 365 is what everybody, I think, ought to be using. I know. But,
Ought to.
well, they're using 2016.
No.
And
I think there's probably a point at which it's not being supported, right? So it's
Yeah,
gonna
it
be
doesn't talk well.
I think we should seriously consider looking into some type of
Upgrade.
well, yeah, getting a proposal on price and cost of that.
So where do we, I mean, I think these are two clear items. I think I'm also detecting there's some other opportunities for processes. I think these are probably the logical ones. Is there a desire or need to try to push something okay, how do we continue to bring our city up into, more automation, more tools? Is that something that we want to be considering for the longer term, or do we just want to limit it for those two tonight?
I mean, I would trust that staff has a sense of what tools they need upgrading or need from the jump, and I don't presume to tell them what they need. So, I mean, I think maybe you're right. Maybe this is a broader, are there things that we should be thinking about, project management, overall system upgrade? Are there other things that, some years ago we had the contract tracking, program that you recommended. So those kinds of things, there might be a wish list, like you were saying.
I think it's just so maybe trying to build off of it. I think you articulated it better than I did. Is an encouragement of looking at automation options in all areas, and with a focus right now on project tracking and Office, the Microsoft Office
Operating system with ancillary apps that come with it. Yeah.
Yep. Is that good enough guidance?
Yeah, and I would just add, as we begin to identify where those sort of critical gaps are within the organization, if it's a time-sensitive thing that I think, I would like the council to address sooner, rather than later, and outside of the budget cycle, we can certainly bring those items to you. But my preference would be that we plan for these things in accordance with the budget. And, we have staff capacity and we're aware of what those issues are because, we have a mighty and fabulous IT staff of 2.
Right.
And there's a lot of needs there, and I don't want to overburden them with their existing workload and the things that they've got going on. Okay. So I think the 2 that you've identified are good places to start. And certainly as we start building out for fiscal 27, we can identify a strategic plan of action of what those critical needs are and bring that back to the council.
That sounds good.
Yeah, there's no urgency. You've been going 9 years with this operating system, so
right.
We can wait to the next cycle. Yeah.
Great. Any other future agenda items? So the other one, go ahead.
No.
The other one I had was trying to keep in light with some of the power outages and all we had. We've got this opportunity from Clean Power Alliance to look at battery installation systems. They'll run the RFI. They'll do everything. I'd like to get a presentation on opportunities to run CPA's Power Ready program with the idea of trying to help stabilize our grid.
You're talking the city, or what I mean is the organization or the community.
So it would be CPA helping us put batteries at a location in the city that could help with potential power outages.
For residents or for the
city?
For whatever. I don't want to limit it at this point.
No, that's fine. I just
because it could be either. It may have to be one.
Don't have to limit it.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right. Then I'll entertain a motion to.
Did you have another one? No.
I move to adjourn.
Okay.
Second.
All right. All in favor?
Aye.
I thought Jean had another one. I was like, wait.
We're adjourned until the 23rd of September. Yes.
So, city manager.